ஓ இவ்வளோ ஃபோட்டோ தானா யாருக்கா இவ்வளோ அழகாக இருக்கிறாங்க இதில் வந்து மட்டும் ஓ
Yes, number expert.
இங்கேருந்து மட்டும்
is a learning process leading to a living procedure. If education develops the matrix of wellness with ethics and justice as the principle and foundation, life is to put up the edifice of social transformation. This is accompanied and accomplished by teachers, mentors, and counselors in every educational institution. The present trend seems to be driven by the industrial demand-supply principle, punctuated by commercialization of education. Even before a student is able to decide his or her interest and ability, the parents or peer group influence one's decision about specialization in studies, which implies selection of school or college accordingly. Today, the trend is along information technology, artificial intelligence, data science, business administration, etc., even though there is still some attraction towards medicine and engineering. E-learning and technology seems to take the upper hand today as they much accelerate one's career advancement. These fields are also lucrative with high salary. The reason to develop interest is often based on the tendency to climb the ladder of economy and power. When we think of the future trend in education, we need to look at the projected scenario of life. The world has shrunk into a global village, and when it comes to the job market, we decipher that the phase of dependence on an employer has given way to interdependence of multinational companies, and now the trend is to become independent. That is, instead of seeking a job, people tend to create jobs. In this evolution of job scenario, the people of today seek an education that would create an ambience and opportunity to stand alone as entrepreneurs. Today, people like to live and work from anywhere in the world. Gone are the days when the family ties will be strong, that you do not move out more than about 50 kilometers from your parents and family members. People today are accustomed to travel often and long distance. They no longer feel loyal and bound to the company or the employer they work for. Instead, they change their jobs often depending on their growing interests and upskilling abilities. Outsourcing has become the order of the day, and choosing one's own convenient hours to work is coming into practice very much. It may seem that not commitment but convenience is the driving force in the job market. In this context, we need to ask ourselves, what is the consequence of education one has received? Has education any impact in the working principle of people at present? There is another revealing fact that might surprise us. On an average, people seem to change jobs every 2.73 years. That is every 2 years and 9 months. The breakdown is still more surprising. 42% of people change jobs every 1 to 2 years. 31% seek another jobs every 4 years or more. 23% move into a different job every 3 years. And the rest 4% seem to change jobs more than once a year. We might rightly assume that each type of job might need education and skills. Is our educational system adequate in preparing people for different jobs, especially to change jobs, or do people learn on their own and equip themselves for new types of jobs? How do you explain that 1/3 of employees change careers at some point in their professional lives, such as doctors and engineers, and now IT people are falling into this category? This intriguing question could be analyzed better if we know why people change their jobs often. People feel mental stress, their expectations are not met in the work environment, they get new lucrative opportunities with significantly higher pay that could improve one's quality of life and financial situation. In a world of automation and robotics, layoffs or downsizing force people to look for new pastures. We need to look into the adequacy of our educational system for real life. We feel that the Macaulay system of education was to prepare the clerical cadre. Later, as the technology grew, the education was preparing individuals for industrial needs. And now, as the aftermath of artificial intelligence, we are competing with the robotic world. The nagging question is whether our education prepares us for life in the future, to face challenges, obstacles, and opportunities. When students leave the portals of educational institutions, industries, or companies, they feel unprepared or inadequate as they are not able to meet with the changes awaiting there. And industries feel that the academic curriculum is at least 15 years outdated. Our present educational system is not able to keep abreast with the needs, leave alone playing a prophetic role of preparing students 10 or 15 years from now for the needs that would arise then in the world. This is a Herculean task as our educational system is constrained or controlled by educational boards and university systems. Our educational system makes one intelligent, but whether it creates in the student the motivation that is needed to change oneself and the world is the area to be explored. In his book Maximum Achievement, Brian Tracy underlines that one's underachievement or misery is the consequence of the inner mind construct. His philosophy is one's thinking becomes action, which in turn brings in success or failures in life. In other words, you are what you think you are. He gives an example. A poor little boy heard his father repeatedly saying that his father was a daily wager and he himself was a daily wager. The boy got into his head that he was born to be a daily wager. But when we heard the motivational talk of Brian Tracy, he decided not to stay on as a daily wager. He set his goal to become a businessman, and after a bit of initial struggle, he did become a successful businessman. One's thought in the form of motivation makes things happen. Changing your thought could change yourself. Can our present education do this? Doesn't our education take us along the beaten track? Our education should be able to prepare people for life and not for single successful and lucrative jobs. What is needed in life is peace of mind and joy of heart. Even if you win the whole world, if you do not have the peace of mind and joy of heart, what do you gain? In a world of economic affluence, suicide seems to be looming high. And we have not only legalized the suicide in some countries, but we have discovered a machine known as sarcopod for committing suicide. On the other hand, in his traveler, The Geography of Bliss, Eric Weiner, after traveling through many countries, indicates that the happiest places on earth, somewhat unexpectedly, are Bhutan and India, where education is not great and poverty is rampant, but rich in happiness and contentment in life. Material prosperity and economic affluence, which our education seems to promise, might perhaps help in reducing anxiety and suffering related to poverty, but it cannot provide happiness on its own. After a certain level of wealth, Weiner underlines, it stops contributing to happiness completely. We need to reconsider our education, whether it is person-centered or gadget-oriented. There are a number of communication platforms such as WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Zoom, etc., but we do not spend quality time with our friends, near and dear ones, in person and talk face to face with them. We seem to communicate behind the screen of communication gadgets. The outcome is loneliness and inability to handle life situation, especially when difficulties and challenges crop up. The ultimate search in life, as Viktor Frankl puts it in Man's Search for Meaning, is for meaning. He says, quoting Nietzsche, that if one knows why to live, he or she would find by all means how to live. There is need for inward looking to understand one's inner strength and the capacities and capabilities in order to realize one's total potential. Brian Tracy talks about believing and becoming. If you believe in yourself, you could become what you want. What is needed is thinking with conviction. This would do wonders when accompanied by motivation, either from within or from external source, especially from parents and teachers. He cites an example of a school headmaster calling 3 teachers and assigning them 3 classes, telling them that the students are excellent ones as they are gifted and handpicked for special training, and they're entrusted to the teachers who are also seasoned masters in the mission of shaping them up. Within a couple of months, the students' performance rose high, and at the end of the year, the headmaster revealed the fact that the choice of students was among the average ones, as well as teachers were chosen at random. It is the self-talk and motivation that guide one towards success and performance. Motivation triggers the inner infinity energy and opens up new vistas with strategies leading to success. Hence, education should give us inner realization in addition to exploring external possibilities of prosperity. A teacher is also expected to be a mentor and a guide. The concept of modality of education need new thinking. We need to consider education as a tool to achieve things through academic, technical, professional, or managerial training, or as a resource to form people to build up meaningful relationships. Education could sharpen our reasoning, but it should also deepen our relationships as humans or social beings. We need to think of the following aspects, especially in the field of formal education. 1. Education is to accumulate or to accommodate. Education might teach us a trade or a profession. The curriculum could be so designed that one could become an efficient engineer or an effective doctor or a prolific business person, etc. All these, especially profession of properties, possession and position, could be the expected outcome of education, especially from the technical or professional institutions. In this context, education is seen as a tool to accumulate things. Money is seen as the most valuable thing in our society. People may be born rich, but there is no guarantee that they would die rich. People might become rich, but it is not sure whether they would remain rich all through their life. If accumulation is the expectation result of education, we should think why so many of the rich people are not happy and why many commit suicide. A recent study conducted by researchers in Washington University in St. Louis, USA, points out a strong positive relationship between income and suicide rates across US counties over time, and also higher college education rates are also positively correlated with suicide rates. Sometimes money and riches could be like drinking salt water. The more you drink, the more you feel thirsty, and finally the result is disaster. Education in the present format might bring in money, but money cannot buy happiness. But education in the future should bring in happiness to the educated through peace of mind and serenity. Very often we could learn a lot from the less educated. We see the illiterate and the poor people that are very good in life management. They manage with little, but they are rich in satisfaction and happiness. Their resilience is great and formidable. Education, instead of targeting our head only, should also focus on our heart so that one could lead a meaningful life. 2. Education is intellectual sharpening or emotional forming. Education sharpens our intellectual capacity, no doubt. In this phase, the role of the teacher is very important. When you think of any great personality, we could identify a teacher who shaped the person up. Alexander the Great said of his teacher Aristotle, "I am indebted to my father for living, but to my teacher for living well." He further said in praise of his teacher, "If Aristotle lives, thousands of Alexanders will be ready." Stephen Hawking, the well-known physicist and the expert in black hole physics, said, I quote, "If you look behind every exceptional person, there is an exceptional teacher." When each one of us thinks about what we can do in life, chances are we can do it because of a teacher. End of the quote. The teacher of Helen Keller, Annie Sullivan, is known as miracle worker. Helen Keller, who became deaf and blind at the age of 19 months due to an unknown illness, was taught and trained by Annie Sullivan so that Helen Keller could not only read and write, but also by the age of 10 could master speech. A teacher should be able to identify the potential and innate talents in a student and should be able to motivate and form the student accordingly, in addition to the prescribed syllabi or curriculum. And the teacher should go even beyond. This would involve not only intellectual training, but also emotional formation, emotional balance, ability to accept others as equals, willingness to respect others starting from one's parents, and openness to recognize the good in others, etc. Normally, there would be a tendency among the students to compete with others, which often leads to jealousy and even dislike. But the teacher should be able to turn the jealousy into an art of learning from others, the secret of success, when the other is smarter, and at the same time to recognize and appreciate one's own uniqueness so that one is able to go ahead with inner freedom to do greater things in life for others. 3. Education is relationship building and forming teamwork. In the present pedagogy, the bright becomes might. A teacher's attention is naturally turned to a bright student who does well or better than others. When studies are over and when one leaps into the real world of life, one needs to work with others. No one is competent to do everything needed in any work of administration later, as each one would be good in a particular aspect of work. Only when an effective team is formed, even the complex of works can be completed successfully. So our education should be able to promote leadership qualities. The students should be open to build up a team already while in the school or college. One should realize the importance and effectiveness of a team. One might be good in making an arrow, another might be good in making a bow, but you need one more who could handle the bow and arrow efficiently. No man is an island in this vast world. This principle of whole is more than the sum of parts, namely, each one might be good in a particular aspect, but when the experience of all is put together, the outcome is awesome. In a teamwork, as we could experience in a team sports, 1 plus 1 would be more even than 3. Each one could do something, but when we all work together, we could do much greater things. This team is formed based on relationships. When an understanding relationship prevails in a team, then the team becomes formidable, which would be capable of meeting with any challenge. So leadership is to be formed through education, and it is not for individual survival or becoming powerful, but for the good of the society at large. The leader should be able to work with others. He or she should be capable of taking decision. But if this decision is taken in consultation with the team, then it would be effective and would be owned by all. This is known in the Jesuit pedagogy as taking the decision and making the decision. When the leader consults others, listening to their opinions, he or she might be better informed or even inspired. This is making the decision. That is helping the leader to arrive at an informed decision. Based on the collective information gathered, he or she could take the decision. The leader as well, others own the decision and work together for the success of the project or company. This process could already start in our educational institutions through co-curricular, extracurricular activities such as sports, games, cultural activities, where students have to work in groups or teams. Students should be able to meet with people from the rural areas and lower social rungs in order to learn how to live with little. 4. Education, person of ability or person of goodness. Ultimately, we need to look at the end product of education. Whether our education should make a student a person of ability who could achieve things, or whether education forms a student a person of goodness who is interested in the wellness of others. The first expectation is self-centered, while the second one is other-centered or altruistic. We need to consider and get convinced that our education imparted is not just for the individual, but for the entire society. Each one in our educational institution comes in as a representative of various sectors of the society, and we need to form each part of the society so that we could educate and empower the society at large. All the above mentioned points could serve as the expected outcome or characteristics of the education in the future. As could be deciphered, more importance needs to be given to the emotional formation with social output instead of just training the intellect to gain power and position. The next step would be to draw up curriculum accordingly. The basic question is whether our curriculum should be based on enhancing the intelligence of the students or to empower the motivation of students. There seems to be two schools of thoughts. I could give you two examples from recent events in Loyola College, Chennai. Loyola College administration recently initiated the center that would train students for civil services, especially IAS and IPS. During the inaugural session, I asked one of the officers who train such candidates whether intelligence is important or motivation. He immediately said intelligence. He added, all we need to prepare the students is to crack the exams. This would imply the more coaching and more practice given, the easier for students to pass the exams. There is another view as well. Loyola College administration conducted a 2-week summer camp for the rural plus 2 students who are socially marginalized to prepare them for further studies. For the valedictory function, an IRS official was invited. He had a personal sharing with the students which was moving and touching. He said that he was a 6th standard dropout. Then he did various works such as road construction, selling lottery tickets, assisting in a workshop, etc. But one day he realized he could become an IRS officer. He studied all by himself and he had passed the exams in one attempt, even without any coaching class. This is motivation. In the recent plus 2 results, Nandini from Dindigul secured 600 out of 600. She is a first generation student and her father is a daily wager. It is her motivation, enriched by encouragement from her father, that made her accomplish this exceptional and singular success. Motivation is to activate the inner energy that is capable of achieving your goal for life. Our curriculum might focus on intelligence, but our educational system should pay attention to motivation of the students. Though both intelligence and motivation have been shown to predict school achievement, what is predominant in our system, according to a pedagogy research, is intelligence. But the research brings out evidence that motivational variables could predict even school grades and standardized test achievements over and above intelligence, including success and happiness in life. In his book Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire, the Brazilian educator, describes and critiques the prevalent education system as banking model of education. Assuming that the students come into the educational institution with empty head, the teacher fills his or her head with information input and draws the intelligence through exams, just like we save money in a bank and when needed we draw money from an ATM. The syllabus is expected to be one size for all feature. Instead, the teacher should be able to make the student understand his or her capacity and help him or her build up on what is existing within. The curriculum could be designed in order to impart these and more. So the role of the teachers and educators in designing the teaching learning pedagogy becomes very important. The Jesuit pedagogy of education is leadership formation for social transformation. The education leadership, among other factors, is about 1. Creating a vision of academic success for all students, regardless of socio-economical level, so that the spirit of equality is imbibed. 2. Learning to work with others as a team, delegating responsibility to everyone involved, paving the way for building cordial as well as working relationship with all in the game. 3. Developing the ability to obtain and adapt to oneself for the needs in the future. 4. Growing in the art of discernment decision making based on 2 levels of deliberations, namely with the co-workers and finally listening to one's own inner voice. These and others could be achieved in our vision of future education through designing the syllabi and in our pedagogy. We could think of a few models that are already existing in the world to enhance our curriculum as well as pedagogy that focus on the effective formation of students. According to a recent survey, Finland has the world's best education system. Over there, the education free and there is no deadline to complete the course. much academic autonomy with regard to pedagogy is given. The teaching learning model is built on 1. Future needs with critical thinking and creativity. 2. Individual competency, interest and ability. 3. Purposefulness in life, that is not what one wants to do, but what one needs to become. 4. Personalization, that is each one to follow with his or her own pace. 5. Interdisciplinary with wider knowledge with focus on one's interest. And 6. Well-being of the student, physical, mental and emotional well-being in a holistic way by carefully integrating academic learning, physical activities and meaningful practice into their everyday activities. This approach helps students be present in every moment, reduces stress and boosts their learning potential. Education could be informal and society-oriented. I could give you an example from India. Bankar Roy founded in 1972 Barefoot College in Rajasthan. Barefoot College is meant for the rural people, especially women, imparting practical education in skill development, health, drinking water, women empowerment, electrification through solar power for the upliftment of rural people. We could also follow the example of inspiring teachers in history. A teacher is one who makes the ordinary into the extraordinary. The outcome of education as per Jesuit pedagogy is 3 graces. 1. Grace of humility. One is ready to learn the best from others to live in harmony. 2. Grace of prudence. To know the right from the wrong and to live out excellence with ethics. And 3. Grace of jealous heart. To be convinced and filled with commitment and compassion as driving force in life and mission. In other words, education should help one find meaning for oneself and to find harmony with others in the world, with people and nature in order to make the world a better place to live in. Let me conclude. In this busy world where one spends very little time at home, educational institutions should be the home. When parents are busy working and concentrating on earning our livelihood, teachers are expected to be the parents in addition to their responsibilities as teachers. Instead of making our curriculum memory-based, it could be mindfulness-oriented. While acquiring academic information, the students should be able to imbibe values, especially ethics of equality, equity, fraternity, compassion, justice, etc. Our syllabi should not be mere learning from textbooks, but our students should be able to learn from people, especially through interaction with them, collecting data from among them, and by analyzing them meaningfully. Our professional and technical educational institutions should not merely teach how to earn money, but should help form them how to spend time with others, building up lasting and meaningful relationships. While people compare with others who are better than themselves in wealth and power, the student should be able to see the wealth in oneself, the wealth of uniqueness and infinite potential to outsmart others. When people get frustrated amidst obstacles and seeming failures, the student should be able to arm himself or herself with hope and confidence to make the life journey. While people are individualistic, the student should be able to journey with others with the spirit of give and take. So, education for the future is not to know more in order to increase the means of acquiring possession, position and power, but to live a more meaningful life for oneself and for others. This education is not by looking outside opportunity, but looking inward the minds of talents and hopes. As educationists, our syllabi are not academic lessons and practical sessions, but each one's holistic formation in order to form the society. If education is the tree of knowledge, the outcome of it should be seen in its fruits, One of them is how much one respects others, starting from one's parents, teachers, and all who journeyed a journey in life and the religions, cultures, etc. In a commercial world of utilitarian, life of gratitude would be light shining in the world. The ultimate outcome of education is that one should be able to listen to the still inner voice arising from one's own conscience and follow it, for the one thing that does not abide by majority rule is a person's conscience. So education is not an information mine, but but formation leading to transformation of the self and the society. The future education should aim at this outcome. It's not mere intelligence, but motivation that makes things happen. Education should have intelligence and motivation as its two eyes for future vision, and one should not be sacrificed for the other. This could be achieved in a three-step practice of reading, reflection, and refraction. 1. Extensive reading of one's interest and need. 2. Personal reflection with critical thinking. And 3. Social refraction of sharing with all what is good and best, filtered and refracted through one's conviction. This is the path what great people have followed. Let us hope for the best and do our best. All the best for your day of discussion and reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Thank you for raising very important and pertinent questions that will constantly linger in our minds and make us think of what needs to be done ahead. Thank you also for putting forth a clear picture on the future of education and work in this 21st century. And furthermore, I also thank you for inspiring us to always seek holistic education and to always be men and women for others. Thank you, Father. We will heed your words and success. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Anthony Joseph, Assistant Professor, Perspectives in Education, Loyola College of Education, to thank the gathering.
Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtue, but the parent of all the other virtues. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of LC Chennai, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Reverend Dr. Francis P. Xavier, S.J., Chief Academic Officer, Jesuits Worldwide Learning, Geneva. Father, your discourses on enhancement of educational leadership to face the modern society challenges with ocean of education quotes set us to prepare for modern challenges with traditional values. Father, once again I thank you. And I would like to thank Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, S.J., Rector, Loyola Campus, Chennai. Father, you have shown that you are an Ignatius family and you ignited the education leadership qualities through your thought-provoking speech. Thank you, Father. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Kurende Teresal, Principal, LC Chennai, for welcoming the gatherings with honeyed words and good gesture of hospitality. And I would like to thank Dr. Jasmine Christie, IQAC Coordinator, for putting tireless work in organizing the program systematically and provide constant help and guidance to the members of IQAC that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to add my gratitude to Mr. Nanda, Assistant Professor, for Master Ceremony. Finally, I would also extend my gratitude to teaching and non-teaching fraternity who supported directly and indirectly for the success of this inaugural session. Once again, I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, fathers. Thank you, ma'ams. I thank all the participants for being here. Now, we will take a short break, and I request everyone to come into the same link at 11 o'clock exactly. That is 11:00 IST for the first session for today's webinar. Thank you so much.
a few more. First years, get moved auditorium.
We request the participants to join the session as the resource person is ready. On dot 11 o'clock, we'll start the session.
Hello, Nancy ma'am. Welcome and good morning.
Morning.
Yes, this is Kurandi Teresa. Hope you're fine.
Yes, madam. Yes.
So welcome, Miss Nancy. This is Father Secretary speaking.
Hello, Father. Father, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for joining us again. It's a pleasure to have you again with us.
Thank you.
And all the best for your session.
Thank you so much.
So we are beginning session 1. Session 1 input session on strategic leadership by Nancy, the Robert Justice Center.
Pleasant wishes from Elf. If your action inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Now it's time for session one, strategic leadership. Welcoming is the noblest act of any action by welcoming to meet the person feel at home amongst us. I request Mrs. S. Catherine Nitya, Assistant Professor, Perspectives in Education, to welcome the virtual gathering. Also, I ask her to introduce the esteemed chief guest of the session.
Good morning to one and all present here. As quoted by Henry Ford, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. I would like to welcome you all as we come together on this virtual platform. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this first virtual session on the topic strategic leadership and introduce our resource person for the same. Today, we have the honor of having with us a renowned expert and a leading personality in the field of information technology, Ms. Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan. Ms. Josephine has an impressive background with a Master of Liberal Arts from Management at Harvard University Extension School and a Bachelor's in Engineering from Anna University. She has been working in information technology for nearly 20 years. Miss Josephine was hired by Harvard University in 2015 and now she works as a product manager of information systems at Harvard Medical School. She has implemented many projects and given many formal presentations. Miss Josephine also volunteered as director of Women's Ministries for Crossroads Worship Center and led a team of 12 women to facilitate events and retreats for women. She has spoken several times at these events to motivate and uplift women. As a keynote speaker for our first session of the webinar, Ms. Josephine will be sharing her valuable insights on strategic leadership. We are eager to learn from her extensive knowledge and expertise, and we believe that her presentation will be insightful and compelling. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank our Secretary, Reverend Father B. Sahayaraj, and our Principal, Dr. L. Kulambe Teresal, who has made this webinar possible. I would like to also express my sincere gratitude to the coordinator and the members of IQAC who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this event. Without further ado, I invite you all to join me in welcoming Ms. Josephine to our webinar. We are honored to have you with us today, ma'am, and we are looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Ms. Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan, Product Manager, Information Systems at Harvard Medical School, to take over the session. The session is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Principal. Thank you, Father Sahayaraj, and IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Jasmine Christie, and all of the organizers for giving me another opportunity to be here with you. I bring greetings from United States of America, even though it's 1:30 a.m. in the morning. I'm still awake and I'm glad to be here sharing with you about leadership and more about the strategic leadership at this point. So I'm going to try to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen at this point?
No.
Okay.
It's getting presented.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Have you ever wondered if you had something like a magic pill or a magic tablet that you can take and become a leader overnight? Is that even possible? What if I said there is a magic formula that you can use every single day of your life and you can transform your life as a leader? Do you want to know what it is? You can become a leader by putting others in front of yourself. Very simple. This is about stopping to think about yourself and start to think about others. Not one day, not 1 month, but every day of your life. If you have never done that before, you can start that anytime now. If you're already doing it, I really appreciate that. There is nothing magical about being a leader. It involves personal growth and development. I really enjoyed the speech by Father Francis Xavier, and it was a tremendous exposition of what education should be. And he talked about all of the things that I had in mind as well. I'm really glad to have heard this speech before. And even though I have experience managing multi-million dollar projects for many organizations in the US, that I was able to develop my managerial skills, but being a leader was something totally different. I didn't really understand that until I came to Harvard Extension School. Since then, I became an avid learner about leadership. I really wanted to know what it is. And I didn't even realize when I started to learn about it that I was growing and developing to become that leader. It really took me several hours of self reflection, and now I'm sharing a part, a slice of that learning that I've done so far. I really like this quote from John Quincy Adams. He was the sixth US president from 1825 to 1829. He's saying that if your actions can really inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. And I would say, as Father Francis Xavier said, as a teacher, as a student, you can definitely inspire others who are around you, because you are in a position of learning, of being educated, and also giving that education to others. It starts with you. The leadership starts with you. I also see life as something like climbing a mountain with hurdles and challenges. Just imagine yourself being on top of this mountain, and you are lending your hand to help someone else to climb the same mountain that you had already climbed. This is a classic example of being a leader. As an educator, you are already leading your peers, your classmates, your students, and the other teachers, and even helping administrators. I'm really inviting you to come with this journey with me to explore more about how you are already a leader and can become even more of an effective leader. If you're not an educator, if you're listening to me at this point, you can still constantly influence people around you. If they are listening to you and you can have them take an action in the right way, then you are definitely a leader. I will be sharing some of my thoughts and also from the training program that I attended at Harvard Kennedy School about strategic leadership to enhance one's personal effectiveness. So, what is strategic leadership all about? My definition is that when you're very intentional about practicing leadership, you can have your own perception, thinking about the people who you are leading, allowing yourself to change so you can work towards a common goal or a vision. And I learned it from the best of education from Harvard Kennedy School. They educate leaders in politics and people of influence around the world. So this program was effectively taught by my lecturer, Rob Wilkinson, and he's an international leader as well. So you can see that a leader doesn't have to be someone who has a charisma and a powerful personality or person with power. Because according to research and what is being taught in Harvard Kennedy School, leadership involves very intentional work. It's not just or even necessarily about charisma or a powerful personality unleashed. I can work towards becoming a leader with my own influence and create my own charisma. And you can do that too. I don't even need to compare myself to someone else but become a leader with my own personality and character. And you can become a leader with your personality and with your character, with no comparison to others at all. So, what is leadership? So, leadership involves a great deal of reflection, challenging the self, and respect for others. It is a constant learning journey that requires practice, deliberation, repetition, and growth over time. And leadership requires skills and capacities that must be developed. They are not innate. So, whether you manage your team or not, or if you're just one person, anyone can grow and develop. If you have strong internal perceptions or ideas about yourself and be convinced that you are a leader, this strong perception will keep you stronger when there are challenges around you. If you're stronger internally, you can withstand those challenges and pressure around you and continue to be a leader. This is a growth and mature into a leader. It doesn't happen automatically. It's a very, very intentional process. So mostly leadership is non-heroic and involves painstaking work, paying attention and being able to learn quickly and in real time. It's not about wearing a cape around and saying I'm a leader. It is just a normal work that you do. But when you start thinking about your colleague at work, your neighbor, your fellow student, or someone not your friend who needs help, then you really become a leader. It's all about giving a helping hand, to showing kindness to someone, teach someone, welcome someone, mentor someone, and in any other way that you are a good colleague, neighbor, or student. When you put others in front of your needs, you will start acting like a leader. Your life will be transformed the moment you change your thinking to do good for others. So this is kind of like a brain switch from me to others. So that's what I really want to tell you today, to start thinking about others. So it is common to think that someone has to be the top of an organization, like Madam Principal, Father Saharaj, or many other leaders in your organization, or have authority over others to be a leader. But that's not the case. By research, leadership expert Ron Heifetz says leadership isn't one thing exercised at the top by one person. It is an activity exerted by people at all levels, and by noticing certain less obvious aspects of leadership, anyone can improve at it. Can you see, we all have a chance that we can become a leader. You do not need to be at the top of an organization. So I really like this quote where it says leadership is action, not a position. This is really a good news for everyone. I'm really excited to talk about it because it is not a position that anyone, by growth and maturity, you can definitely show leadership. So now you are asking a question in your mind, how do I become that leader that you're talking about? What do I need to do? I'm glad you have all these questions. Bear with me. I'm going to take you in this journey to understand a little bit more. So the first concept I want to introduce is growth mindset. So Carol Dweck wrote this book called Mindset. So this is about the growth mindset, a concept which is nothing but being determined to learn and grow from any situation that you are in. So according to scientists, people have more capacity for lifelong learning and brain development than they ever thought. So we all have a unique genetic endowment. So Robert Sternberg, present day guru of intelligence, writes that the major factor in whether people achieve expertise is not some fixed prior ability, but purposeful engagement. His forerunner, Alfred Binet, who introduced the concept of intelligence quotient or IQ, it is not, he says that it is not always the people who start out the smartest who end up the smartest. So Gilbert Gottlieb, an eminent neuroscientist, put it, not only do genes and environment cooperate as we develop, but genes require input from the environment to work properly. So you can see that it is not just the talent or the intelligence that you're born with, but your determination to learn and to grow will make you a better leader. So I really hope I can change the way you think about growth. So with a growth mindset, you can always cultivate new habits through your efforts. So we are all different in our talents and aptitudes, in interests, in temperaments, but we have to know that everyone can change and grow through application and experience. So a person's true potential is not known. Can you imagine how much you can accomplish with years of passion, work, and training? So the hallmark of growth mindset is having passion. Father Francis Xavier talked about this as motivation. In this case, I'm just using a different synonymous word of having passion, to stretch yourself and sticking to it, even when nothing around you is going well. So this is the mindset that is going to help you to thrive during some of the challenging times that you will go through in life. So none of my friends thought I would be going back to work after having 3 kids, but I chose to have a growth mindset, not just looking at the environment where I was constantly surviving, but I really wanted to go to school for part-time and then working full-time and taking care of the family. So then that's where I learned all these concepts and I started to learn and grow. If not, I would not have learned about the growth mindset to even stand before you to talk about this. So I want to show you the difference between a fixed mindset and the growth mindset. So having a fixed mindset is very easy. You don't have to do anything about it. But to have a growth mindset, you got to think differently from the people around you. So your environment or the situation may not change, but you can change your perspective of how you look at the environment around you. Do you really want to grow or you want to just stay fixed? It's up to you. Howard Gardner, in his book Extraordinary Minds, concluded that exceptional individuals have a special talent for identifying their own strengths and weaknesses. It's interesting that those with the growth mindset seem to have that talent. So when you have a fixed mindset, you are saying to yourself, I want to avoid making mistakes. I'll never be that smart. I know best. This is good enough. I give up. But if you have a growth mindset, you would be saying, mistakes help me learn. Feedback is valuable. Is this my best work? I improve with practice. I won't give up. Grow your mindset. You can definitely, every single one of us here can change our mindset. So I'm going to introduce to you another concept that will really help you understand how to grow as a person. This is about emotional quotient or the emotional intelligence. So we all have heard about the intelligence quotient. So what is emotional quotient? Which is much needed in the workplace, in education. So this will definitely blow your mind once you understand everything about emotional intelligence. So it's nothing but a person's capability to understand their own emotional behaviors and handle them. So, according to Forbes magazine, it says that people who have high emotional intelligence are able to figure out how to control their emotions in different situations, along with understanding others' emotions. It's not to bury your emotions, it's just to know how to manage your emotions and also recognizing about the emotions of others. So, Daniel Goleman is an expert in this area of emotional intelligence. He has released several articles and books. You can definitely read many of his books as well. And he has done a lot of research, and he is identifying some of these correlating brain areas and emotional traits in our brain. So when someone has an IQ, big IQ, it is largely genetic. It doesn't change much from childhood. But on the other hand, the skills of emotional intelligence can be learned at any age. It's not easy, however. Growing your emotional intelligence takes practice and commitment, but the payoffs are well worth the investment. It is way beyond your commitment at this point. So what is it? What is this emotional intelligence? So the scientists are saying that the neocortex, the thinking brain that learns technical skills and purely cognitive abilities, gains knowledge very quickly. You can see the left side of the brain. It gains knowledge very fast. On the right side, you see the emotional intelligence. The emotional brain doesn't work that fast. So to master a new behavior, the emotional centers need repetition and practice. So improving your emotional intelligence then is about changing your habits. So I want you to take a good look at these 5 elements of emotional intelligence. So you can see here the first 3 components are self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, which in turn, all of these 3, when regulated correctly, will give the effect of that will be you will have empathy and social skills. So the self-awareness it's about understanding and recognizing your own emotions. Do you feel angry or happy or sad or frustrated at home or at work or at a school? You have to really stop and reflect on your emotions. Because when we are in a positive mood, you are increasing your creativity, your problem solving, your mental flexibility and decision making. And our mood in reality really affects our thoughts and our decisions. If it is disrupted, it really impacts your processing of information and it can be detrimental to learning. I think the teachers have to take note of this because sometimes when the students are not up to that emotional level, they may not be learning during that time. And we need to be aware of and understand our emotions and how we react during disruption. And how does it impact what is your strengths and what are your weaknesses? And self-confidence is a very strong and positive sense of self-worth. So the second element is the self-regulation or self-management. So it is tied to self-awareness. It's the ability to regulate and manage your emotions. So when you're self-aware of your emotions, now the next step is to how to regulate them. When you are aware of your emotions and how you can manage them, now you can be more focused and you can achieve your goals. So these 2 elements comes with self-mastery. So everyone around you gets concerned when your emotions like anger or overly sad or screaming are not controlled, and self-management cannot be developed that way. So there should be a self-control, the ability to keep disruptive emotions and impulses under control. So this is not about suppression again, but about managing your emotions. You are just increasing your consciousness to manage yourself and your responsibility, needs, and goals. So you're so passionate that you tend to adjust and adapt to the changing situations and overcoming obstacles. So if you are driven to achieve and your mind is oriented towards that, then you come up with this internal standard of excellence. So and the initiative and the readiness, you will be seizing all opportunities to fulfill your needs and your goals. So all of these three will definitely impact how you react to others when you are educated or when you are with the students, and even when you are at a workplace. This will significantly impact others around you. So instead of covering the empathy and social skills, I want to take you to two more slides to really show you the visual of how it will impact. So here you can see that the self-awareness, the self-management, self-direction is actually the building blocks within yourself, how much you can control yourself, and that decides how much you're going to show empathy to others. So empathy is the social awareness. When you can self-regulate your emotions, then you can care about others. So it is sensing what other people feel, understanding what their perspective is, and taking an active interest in their concerns. So you would be able to see and sense what is happening around you, with the people around you as well. And this slide shows you how much all of this self-regulation, the motivation, and the empathy leads you to the social skill. The social skill is about the relationship that you build around you. So it could be a visionary leadership to take charge and inspire with a very compelling vision, and you can influence people around you. You can even mentor and develop others to really bring out their abilities through feedback and guidance. And you will be very good with communication because you can really listen to what other people are telling you and send clear, concise, and convincing messages. And sometimes you can be a change catalyst because now you have new ideas and lead people in the new direction. You can even build bonds even at work, because you're proficient in cultivating and maintaining a lot of relationships. And there are times you may have to handle conflict management, and you can really master it once you have all of this ability as well. So as you can see, and this will lead to the teamwork and collaboration. I think Father Francis Xavier mentioned about teamwork and collaboration, and you will have the competencies to promote the cooperation and building your own team. And that's why the emotional intelligence is very important. So as you can see, the emotional intelligence is way inside of you, and it can exhibit in so many different ways outside. Your IQ is shown outside, but then your emotional intelligence really lays the foundation for that. So the brain circuits that carry leadership habits have to unlearn the old ones and replace them with the new. So the more often a behavioral sequence is repeated, the stronger the underlying brain circuits become. So at some point, the new neural pathways become the brain's default option. So the more you grow and learn, it will unconsciously become part of you. So that's why I'm really encouraging you to learn more about emotional intelligence and also master it, because that is really important in any area, whether you are in education or you're going to take up a job outside of education. It will be very helpful for you. So based on the growth mindset and the emotional intelligence, I really want to share with you, spend more time about talking about the leadership styles. So there was some research done by a consulting firm called Haymaker, and they had some random sample of 3,871 executives, meaning who are working in a corporate setup in the US. So there were about 20,000 executives worldwide that they selected. They really wanted to figure out what is the mystery of effective leadership. So they came up with 6 different styles of leadership, and this all came from the components of emotional intelligence. So the best part about this study is that the leaders with the best results do not rely on one and only leadership style. They use many of these leadership styles in a given week seamlessly. It is like using, I'm not sure if you have seen how people play golf. They have to take different types of golf sticks based on where the ball is. So it's the same thing. You have to use the style depending on what the situation is and who you are building that relationship with. So it has been a decade since research first linked aspects of emotional intelligence to leadership. So late David McClellan, a noted Harvard University psychologist, found that leaders with strengths in 6 or more emotional intelligence competencies were more effective than their peers, and they were in the top of their competency as well. So the first leadership style is the coercive leader who demands immediate compliance. I will be explaining more about this leadership style. And authoritative leader, it's not authoritarian. This is more about mobilizing people toward a vision. And affiliative leader who creates emotional bonds and harmony. Democratic leader who builds consensus through participation. And pace-setting leader expect excellence and self-direction. Coaching leader develop people for the future. So as you can see, there are 6 various, they are totally different styles, but they can be used interchangeably in a given week based on the circumstances, based on the people that you have to interact with. So let's look at the first leadership style. So it's called the coercive leadership style. As you can see, it's do what I tell you. So I have an example from one of the corporate companies, the CEO of the company, who is the chief executive officer, who's the topmost position in a company. He was brought in to work on laying off jobs, selling off divisions, making tough decisions to save the company. In short term, this CEO was a terror. He bullied people, he demeaned his executives, roaring displeasure at the slightest misstep. Nobody ever wanted to talk in front of him. So some of the top people were decimated, not just by erratic firings, but also by defections. So they literally were frightened by his tendency to blame the bearer of bad news. So they stopped bringing him any news at all. So morale was all-time low, downturn in business after recovery. They did recover, but there was a big downturn. So eventually the board who controls the company had to fire this CEO. So the researchers say this is the least effective method to be a leader. Because you lose flexibility, people do not have flexibility when someone is telling them what to do. So this is an extreme top-down decision-making which kills new ideas. So people feel disrespected. They won't even bring ideas to you because they have a fear that they are going to be shot down. So people's sense of responsibility is gone. So people will not be able to act on their own initiative. They will lose their sense of ownership, and it has really damaging effects on the reward system. So coercive style should be used only with extreme caution. Very few situations when it is absolutely necessary, such as turning around an organization. So it used to bring failed business habits. It can never be applied on any other situation. So as you can see, the coercive leadership style really demands compliance. So you have to use it very carefully on failed habits and also only for emergency use. And it should not be done for long term. It should be for a very, very short term leadership style at this point. So as you can see, it does not bring a lot of good effects or good consequences with this leadership style. So the second one is the authoritative leadership style. So there is an example that I read. It's about asking people to come with you. So Tom was a vice president of marketing. It was a floundering national restaurant chain that specialized in pizza. So all the senior managers were called to meet and review their sales every Monday. So Tom wanted to change people's way of thinking, also at an offsite meeting. So he came from the viewpoint of customers. So what he said was, how do you think the customers are going to like the restaurant's changes? So how do you want to change the restaurant so that they will like it? And then he figured out that the vision for the company should be distributing high quality, convenient to get pizza for you all to give quality education in the most efficient way. So the hallmarks of authoritative style is clearly define the vision. So Tom also made sure the mission statement was built into the strategic planning. So they do this in the proper way. So his managers who were giving him all of these ideas started to act like their own entrepreneurs. So they were very fast with their delivery times. They opened new branches, kiosks on busy street corners, in bus and train stations, airports, and hotel lobbies. So you can see that this leader comes with a vision from the input gotten from the people around him. So that's why it became very effective. So it is most effective, and the authoritative leader is a visionary. So they can motivate people by making it very clear for them how the work of the people fits into the vision of the organization. So the people who work for such leaders will understand what they do matters and why they are doing it. So it actually maximizes people's commitment to the organization's goals, and also leaders give people the freedom to innovate, to experiment, and take calculated risks. So leader charts a new course, and also they ask people to follow them on the vision. So the only place that it won't work is when the people are more experienced than the leader. So they might see the leader to be more overbearing. So in those cases, you have to be careful. As I mentioned before, you have to really know when to apply this style. So the next one is affiliated leadership style. This is all about let's work together. So there was this example of Joe Torre. This is a baseball team manager in New York, and similar to cricket. So in 1999 World Series, one of his players, Scott Bozious, his father died during that season of playing baseball. And this manager really praised him for staying committed even as he was mourning for his father's death. So there was another player, Paul O'Neill. He received the news of his father's death, but he did finish the play in the decisive game, and burst into tears as soon as the game was over. And Joe Torre called him a warrior. So he really sent a clear message that he valued the players immensely, too much to lose them. So these leaders also show their emotions openly. I'm not saying you have to do it all the time, but there are certain times that it is okay to show your emotions. Because this leader was candidly talking about his brother's near death and also his own treatment for prostate cancer. So generally, This gives a positive impact, but leaders have to employ it very carefully when you are trying to build team harmony, increase morale, and improve communication and repair broken trust. So don't just use praise alone, otherwise, you can have poor performance go uncorrected. So when people need clear directives, it doesn't work. So use it very closely with the authoritative style that we discussed before. So because the authoritative leaders state a vision and they can have standards established. So you can use these two styles together. And as you can see, this affiliative leadership style, it really revolves around the people. And you can keep the people happy and you can create harmony among them and you can definitely build strong emotional bonds. And benefits of fierce loyalty. You can share your inspiration, share ideas, you can talk and drive flexibility. It will definitely increase morale for people to work with you. So this is a very good leadership style that you can adapt. So the next one I wanted to talk to you about is the democratic leadership style. So no one can be as good as Mahatma Gandhi. And we have even read about him during my training program at Harvard Kennedy School. So you know Mahatma Gandhi was a private man without wealth, no official title or office. He was not a commander of armies, nor a ruler of vast lands. He had no scientific achievement, no artistic gift, but all governments and dignitaries from all over the world have paid homage to the greatest leader of all times. So his vision, his inspiration, confidence, positive attitude motivated so many people, inspiring the belief that unity is critical to free India. So this collective belief fueled the determination of his followers to willingly persist the long and hard road of freedom. So he was by no means an impressive leader by appearance either, but he had the interpersonal skills to appeal and influence masses through his public speaking skills. He knew listening to people's concerns. So we have to learn, as leaders, we have to learn how to keep the morale high. Because the people of India were emotionally and physically prepared to fight for the freedom. He had strong self-control and he was emotionally mature. Absolutely, he had all the emotional intelligence. So he was exercising his power for the benefit of others. He never used manipulation, very less ego and not defensive at all, but he had a long-term vision. He said, "You must be the change you want to see in the world." So his transformational leadership encouraged his followers to transcend their own self-interest and fight in unity. So according to Jim Collins, states that Gandhi is a level 5 leader, someone who has genuine personal humility blended with intense professional will. So don't use the style to put off some crucial decisions. So you have to really use this for places when you want to really guide the people. And you have to have a strong vision. And you cannot use in some place where the people cannot sense that you are not competent or you can't inform them about good advice. So you have to use the democratic leadership style very carefully as well. So you can see that people's idea really matter. So you cannot use these for crucial decisions, but you can use this for building trust and very high morale. So you have to really spend time to get the ideas from people, and you can drive up as a leader, as a democratic leader, you can drive up flexibility and responsibility. So you can, when you listen to people's concern, you can keep the morale very high. So people have a say, so they are realistic about what can and cannot be accomplished. So the next one is the pace-setting leadership style. So I'm going to give you another example. So Sam is a biochemist in an R&D, research and development, in a very large pharmaceutical company. So he had excellent technical expertise, made him a star, and everyone turned to him for help. He was promoted to be a head of a team developing new product. And other scientists in his own team were also competent and self-motivated. They even offered as the mod, but he didn't take their help. So Sam offered himself to be the model of a first-class scientific work under tremendous deadline pressure. So he was pitching in whenever work was needed. So team completed in record time. But now they promoted him to head of the entire division of research and development. So now he has more work to do. Without delegating, he started to do the work by himself. And of course, the deadlines will start to slip. He became a micromanager because he didn't trust anyone. He was obsessed with details. He took over others if someone slacked in their performance. He didn't trust others to improve. He didn't provide guidance and development so they can improve, but worked nights and weekends. So what happened was they had to demote him because all of the deadlines were slipping. So he had to return to his old job as the head of product development team. So you have to work. You can use this style when everyone else around you are self-motivated, highly competent, need little direction or coordination. So do not use this style by itself at all, which is not going to work. So as you can see, it demands very high performance from the leader. And it has to be done on time, faster or never. And the leader seems to have this obsessive nature. So the advice is to use it sparingly. And it really destroys the morale. And it really pinpoints the poor performance and demands more from people. And they might even replace the existing people. So the employees might feel overwhelmed under this leader. So you have to be using this very sparingly. So this is the last leadership style that I have here. And coaching leadership style is one of the best leadership styles that I can ever talk about. It is used very least because it takes a little bit of time to coach people and mentor them to help them grow. And of course, after the first few sessions, it might take a little bit time, but you have to invest a lot more time in the person who you are mentoring and coaching. And it really works with employees or staff or anyone who is in, probably for teachers, who is in the students in your class, and who would really like to improve their performance. So it has to have that relationship with the student, and the student should also want to be coached, want to be mentored as well. It works very well during this time. So I was able to use this leadership style with my intern. So I have an intern who came to work for us, and I was able to mentor him. And I said, as an intern, you can choose whether you want to stay to work, or it is totally up to you if you want to leave to pick up another job. But this intern stayed, and he was willing to learn and be mentored and coached. And he became full-time staff with us, and he is doing a wonderful job. But it took a lot of time for us to coach and also to mentor him. So you can see here the coaching leadership style. It really identifies the strengths of the person who you are coaching. It's more or less like a counselor than a boss. And you can help employees or help the students identify their strengths and weaknesses and tie them to their personal and career aspirations. So you can also work with them to establish this long-term development goals and help them conceptualize to attain them. You have to give them constant feedback and also give a lot of instructions. And so you can be great at delegating and also giving the people who you are leading challenging assignments as well. And not on immediate work related tasks, because you need to have constant dialogue with this person. And this person that you are coaching or mentoring will definitely rise to the challenge. And there needs to be a need because the person who you're coaching should also feel that they need to be coached by you. So it has to be mutual. Someone who is acting as a coaching leader and also who wants to be coached. So it is very important that you have that relationship. So after looking at the at all of the leadership styles, so I can tell you cannot push people, but you can lead them. So I just want to give you a glance at all the leadership styles that I have spoken about, and you can see here all of the leadership styles and all of the attributes or the features of the style. So in the coercive style, it just demands compliance, and it says, do what I tell you. It drives to achieve initiative, self-control. So it can be used in a crisis, start turnaround, problem employees, you can use it, but the overall impact is negative. So you have to really be careful when you're using that style. So the next one is the authoritative style. So it is always towards the vision of the organization you're working with. The leader is come with me kind of like a style, very self-confident, empathy for others, and the change catalyst as a leader. And it works best with a new vision, clear direction is needed. You can definitely lead people with a very strong and a positive leadership skill. So in an affiliative leadership style, it creates harmony and emotional bonds with people. So people come first, and the emotional intelligence under this is empathy, and you can build relationship and you can communicate greatly. And it works best to heal the team rifts, motivate during stressful times. And it is also a positive leadership style. As we saw the example of Mahatma Gandhi, he forged consensus through participation. And the style is, what do you think? Because you're collaborating, and team leadership and communication are some of the emotional intelligence attributes and elements. And it works best when you are building that consensus with people and get an input from valuable people as well. So it is also considered to be a positive leadership style. So when you're talking about pace setting, it sets really high performance standards. It is more demanding when it says, do as I do and now. So it is more of consciousness, drive to achieve, initiative. Those are good qualities, but not done with the proper approach. So it works best only when you want quick results from highly motivated team. And it is considered to be a negative leadership style. And coaching is one of the best leadership style. It develops people for future, because you're telling the person who's being coached, try this, try different things. And the emotional intelligence is developing others, and empathy and self-awareness. And it works really well when you want to improve performance and develop long-term strengths. So you can see these 4 styles, which are very positive, and you can also have to judge for yourself when is the possibility of which leadership style that you want to apply. So you have to be really fluid with this style, and you also should definitely understand the emotional intelligence behind this, so that it can be very effective for the people who you are leading. So leadership is not an exact science because every one of us can have our own version, and they are the best version for yourself. And research is helping us to be the best version of ourselves and the team of people who we are leading. So, as a leader, you can use all of these leadership styles when you meet the right one at the right time and at the right measure so that your rewards will be really, really high. I also see that leader is someone who knows who they are and they can help others. So when a leader puts someone in front of them, you are basically at the on the ground, holding them on your shoulders. You are really helping them to grow and mature. That you won't even feel jealous or you won't even feel bad when they are doing much better than you because you are standing on the ground and they are being supported on your shoulders. When you mentor someone, when you coach someone, they are going to be definitely better than you are. So, this is how I see being a leader. This is a great visual for that. And I just want to finish saying that this world definitely needs a leader like you because no one else has the skill that you have. No one else has the background or the talent, the education, the work experience, or the education experience that you have. You just need the heart to look to your left and to your right to see if someone needs your help, to give them a lending hand. The world will be a better place with a leader like you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation drew the audience in and held their attention for the entire session. The session was thoroughly delightful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants kindly unmute their phones and ask your questions, or you can post the questions through the chat box. Audience, questions? Your presentation is excellent and very effective, so that audience is very clear in their understanding. So no questions are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I invite Dr. C. Leela Jairani, Vice Principal, Loyola College of Education, to give the vote of thanks.
To thank is the noblest of the grand Indian tradition. Good afternoon to one and all who have gathered in this online webinar on Leadership in Education for 21st Century. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for the first session. On behalf of LC family, I extend the hearty thanks to our resource person, Mrs. Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan, Product Manager, Information System, Harvard Medical School, Boston, who has accepted our invitation to share her experience and expertise on strategic leadership. I owe a special thanks to you, Madam Josephine, for your wonderful words of inspiration as a leader and leadership style. You have magnificently explained the qualities of a leader who provides guidance, inspiration, motivation to achieve the goals, and also who will create a vision and rally people around a common cause. And also clearly stated that leaders must possess a necessary growth mindset, skills and knowledge to make informed decision and solve problems with you. Wonderfully quoted that leadership is an action, not a position. Leadership is an action, not a position. Madam Josephine, on behalf of LC family, we thank you one more time. Once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
it's time for the break, and the afternoon session will start on noon IST. Kindly join the same link at 1:20. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for the wonderful session.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am Nancy. It was, as usual, a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy ma'am, thank you so much. It was nice listening to your presentation as well as
Thank you.
informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And have a nice sleep. You have missed your sleep now.
It's okay.
The participants can join in the session by 1 p.m. sharp. Again, we start the session. Thank you. Thank you.
கீழே வந்துடுறீங்களா?
attention of the students. Students, you can go for lunch break and report at 12:55 p.m. because the session would start sharp at 1 p.m. You are expected to report at 12:55 p.m. The attendance would be taken and then followed by the session. Thank you.
அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்கள்ட்ட இருந்து வாங்கணும்.
அதான் ஒரு 5-10 minutes வெயிட் பண்ணணும் நம்ம வெயிட் பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா அவங்க பேசினவங்களுமே கொஞ்சம் ஒரு நார்மல் இதுக்கு வரணும். வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் தான் எந்த கொஸ்டின்னாலும் அவங்களே புரியும். அது வரைக்கும் அவங்களுடைய ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் தான் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து மைண்டில் இருக்கும். இல்லை ஒரு 5-10 minutes தான் நம்மளே இங்கே அடிச்சுக்கலாம். ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அவங்ககிட்ட நல்லா
ப்ரோக்ராமில் சேஞ்ச் இருந்ததா ஃபஸ்ட் செஷனில் வெல்கம் லெட்டர்ஸ் இல்லையா? நான் சொல்லிடுறேன். Now the okay. Now the question session. I hand over the session to Nanda. Vote of text. Okay. ஜெய் வந்தது, அது டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் போயிட்டுருக்கோம். கிளம்பிச்சோம்.
ஹெட்ஃபோன் விட்டால் ஃபாலோ இல்லை, தனியாக தண்ணி வந்துச்சு. ஏன் ஜெய் இனிமேல் ஒரு ஹெட்செட் கொடுத்தாரு? ஏன் இனிமேல் ஒரு ஹெட்ஃபோன் கொடுத்தாரு?
இப்போ எங்கே இது வருது?
ஸோ வந்துட்டு
எங்கே இது ஜெய்? இது சரி, எப்படி அக்செப்ட் பண்ணுறேன்? பார்ட்டிசிபெண்ட் உள்ள வராங்க சார்.
I request the participants to join the session. In a short while, we are going to start session 2. I request the participants to join the session.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am. ஆடியோ கேட்குதான்னு செக் பண்ணுறீங்களா? குட் மார்னிங் செக் பண்ணுறீங்களா? ஆ ஹலோ
Hello. Good afternoon, Father.
Good afternoon. May I all right?
Yes.
Are we starting now or a little later?
Start by 1 o'clock, please.
Okay, just let me know that.
Yes, Father. Just 2-3 minutes. We wait for the participants.
Okay, then
to
yes,
join.
no problem.
ஜாஸ்மின் மேம் ராக்கெட் விடுற மாதிரி கவுண்டிங் விடுங்க. 10, 9. எல்லாம் உள்ளே போயிடுச்சிங்களா? ஆடிட்டோரியத்தில் கிளாஸ் போயிட்டாங்களா? போயிட்டே இருக்குதுங்களா? பிடி வர இல்லைப்பா. வந்துட்டானா? Jasmine, okay? Jasmine, ma'am, okay? Shall we start?
Yes.
Shall we start, ma'am? Good afternoon to everyone present in the webinar. Every great leader is a great teacher, and the greatest leader sees every opportunity to teach well. Albert Merkle. Yes, it is true. All leaders are teachers, but is all teachers are good leader? Is a $1 million question. We hope this session will provide qualities of a good leader to all the teachers and upcoming teachers who are all present in this webinar. With this curiosity, we begin the session with welcome address, for which I would like to invite Dr. Karthikeyan to propound welcome address.
Thank you, sir. Dear distinguished officials, respected professors, researchers, and students from various institutions around the world, I am so happy to welcome you in this afternoon session of this webinar. In the presence of our Lord, on behalf of the organizers, I am recording my hearty welcome to Reverend Dr. A.S. John Peter, Professor of Moral Theology, St. Paul Seminary, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, the speaker for the second input session on qualities of a teacher leader. Welcome, Father. Now I extend my welcome to respected Reverend Father V. Sahayaraj S.K., Secretary LCE, our beloved Principal Dr. L. Kurandai Teresal, the dignified professors and the non-teaching staff of Loyola College of Education, Chennai. Now I am much elated to welcome the dignitaries, professors, researchers and students from different countries. I would also welcome our dear students of LCE to be the active participants. I wish every participant to become a beneficiary. Thank you. Dear friends, let me also take the pride of introducing the speaker for this session, Reverend Dr. A.S. John Peter, a Catholic priest from the Diocese of Tanjavur. He is a doctorate holder in moral theology, that is Christian ethics. He completed his doctorate in 2001 at Alfonsian Academy, Rome, affiliated to Latin University, Italy. Since 2005, he has been serving as the Professor of Moral Theology at St. Paul Seminary in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. He is a much dedicated person in preserving nature by promoting eco-friendly initiatives such as avoiding plastics, leads, and separating decomposable and non-decomposable waste. He starts eco-friendly projects from his home and institutions. He is very much convinced of Father Marcellinus, an eco-protagonist from Indonesia, who quoted as, "If you want to change, anything starts from you." He has written some articles in Tamil and English on ecology. He is also very much dedicated in promoting alternative education, especially education of children. Along with some friends, he started a primary school in a village near Tanjavur, with the view of making students from rural background equal to the students from urban background. He got this inspiration from the model Pura, providing urban facilities to rural areas, initiated by India's former President, Honorable Dr. APJ Abdul. He has made great impacts in students along with his teachers by making learning a joyful event in one's life. In the learning process, his focus on the person made the great change in students instead of focusing on syllabus. The school is very much appreciated by various dignitaries, parents, and educationists. Dear friends, I have mentioned a few, but there are much to know about his ideologies and governing principles as a teacher, professor, philosopher, and a preacher. Dear Father, we are awaiting for your insights. This session is over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan, for your compiled information from different sources and presented in calm and composed manner with your deep-hearted, loving words. The words of Napoleon changed his shoulders towards him. The words of Alexander changed his army to support him. The words of Antony changed the mob against the conspirator. Heroic words are always important to transform the minds of the people. Today, this session resource person, the hero is Reverend Dr. A.S. John Peter. We hope he will transform our head and heart. Father, I would like to invite you to take the floor. Before Father starting the session, I request the participants to raise with queries in the chat box. Father will answer the query at the end of the session. Father, you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karthikeyan and all the others. Hope you all had good lunch and you are all right now. And I'm very happy to be part of this team to talk to you about the qualities of a teacher leader. I just divided the talk into 3 sections. The first one is a kind of analysis, how the reality is. The second part is a theoretical part, which Dr. Nancy already has spoken much about it, so she has reduced my burden. And the third part is about the implementation of teacher, leader, attitude, and spirit in the school where we have a new mindset. So the third section will be a kind of practical sharing with you. The first one is about an ad that I just happened to see in the newspaper 3 days ago. It goes like this: learners becoming leaders. Hopefully, all institutions aim at this particular focus on that every student who enters into our institution should be a leader. The dream is so wonderful. I think it's a great value. But who can make a student a leader? I always tell our teachers, neither I nor the parents, it is only you, teachers, who can help students to become different. And the teachers have very great say in the formation of children, as we all know. So therefore, I just wanted to check the reality. The first one is, now we are living in a virtual world. Now, take for example, the seminar that we have now is virtual. Now, I am not able to see many of the participants. Maybe all of you may see my face, but I am not able to see your face. So this is the reality after the COVID. And now, will it be the reality in the future? I don't know. But a serious question needs to be raised on this issue. The second one is, now students, they think that I can shape myself. I happened to meet a 5-year-old girl near my house. We were just digging a pit. And she said, no, don't dig more. I said, why? What is the reason? And she told me, you will see hell over there. asked her surprisingly, who told you? No, no, we saw it in the YouTube. And then a few days later, I talked to her and I asked her a question and I asked her, how did you know this? And she told me, I saw in the YouTube. So now students, already 5 years old, can learn by herself just looking into the YouTube. What's the role of a teacher? Does a teacher have a role in forming a student? That's another serious question that we all need to, ask about. So people think that I have everything in the internet, even medication. I just go into the net and search for medicine for my diseases. I don't need a doctor. So people may say that I may not need a teacher. Then the third thing, though people think, institutions think that we would like to make leaders, but in fact, I happened to meet a young man very closer to me. And he appeared in JE and all, got 90 plus, and he was looking into various institutions. And he finally told me, until you see that college, there many companies come for that particular course. So I am interested to take that particular course because many thousand companies come over there and we'll get a job. And I just happened to tell him, you see, you're going to study, not to get job, which is good. But primarily, you're going to go to an institution to look into your aspirations. What do you dream about? Job is a dream, but where is your mind to research? Where is your mind to launch into new endeavors? Instead of getting a job in a company, okay, why don't you think about going to the library, doing many researches and making your own company? And no, but people, it takes time. I'm a little older than him, not little older, a lot older than him, and I cannot expect what I have in my mind. But this is another serious question that I have today. People are interested to get jobs, and jobs with lucrative salaries. And now another thing is that I like to go abroad. Okay, I like to study here and research for a good job in abroad and get settled. So where this concept of leadership comes in, when either you are a teacher or whether you are running an institution or whether you are involved in forming students. So these are the three realities that came to my mind when I wanted to prepare for this talk, teacher leader. So the question is, does teacher leader concept still have any relevance? I think very much. I think very much we have the need for teachers. And teachers cannot be replaced by any gadget or any technology or any artificial intelligence. I think heart-to-heart relationship can only transform hearts, and that's students. So now, definition of teacher leader. I have two definitions from two different people who have really done good research. I just went through. I also have given the websites and all. Here, teacher leadership is leading within and beyond the classroom. That's the first concept. The teacher is not only a teacher within the classroom, but that continues. Many times people think, okay, I go to a school, I go to the classroom once I finish my work, and that's all. But now here, a leader is not just combined to a classroom, but the person should be living all the time, and wherever the person goes, and the person should think that I am a leader. And teacher can be leaders as they model best practices. and they should be working on becoming newer and newer by updating themselves. So a teacher leader cannot be obsolete and old fashioned, but every day must update. And the second thing is other teachers are watching what they are doing. So really it's this idea that they are influencers. A teacher leader is supposed to be sharing with other teachers. So these two are very important concepts in the teacher leader, that I am a teacher and I have to lead all the time. The other one is I am a teacher and I am supposed to lead the other teachers. We'll see that a little later in a little elaborate way. So part of developing as a teacher leader is learning how to work effectively with adults, and that's a different skills. So this is another key important thing that I saw, that as a teacher leader, I must be able to work with other teachers. So it's not that I go and handle a particular subject, okay, with that over. No, but with all teachers that I must be able to have dialogue with, that I must be able to give and take. I listen to them and they listen to me. Whatever good they have, I learn. Whatever good I have, they learn. So it's kind of a dialogical relationship. A senior teacher is supposed to have dialogue with the junior teacher, and the junior teacher is supposed to have dialogue with the senior teacher, that there is no superior and inferior, that we are all one insofar as we are exchanging our expertise. Okay, a senior teacher out of her or his experience could have gained a lot of new inspirations. Okay, I am going to share out of my experience. A new entrant might have had a lot of rich theoretical knowledge. Okay, I am going to share with this. So this is one of the basic concepts that I have just got from different people, that we are supposed to share with others our expertise, especially with our colleagues. Then another person, friend Sorajins, Doctor defines like this: the quality of a teacher leader is to care for the students' learning and well-being. In other words, a teacher leader is supposed to look into the integral personality of the student. The student must be taken into consideration every sphere of the life of student. As we saw, Dr. Nancy was talking to us, the different portions. So it is not just intellectual formation that I am worried about. Intelligent quotient is not sufficient. So we have to look into all the other areas of an individual, the student, and we have to cater to the needs of the student. And I happened to read a small article, and the author says, when a teacher gets into the classroom, the teacher must cater to the needs of the brain, the different sector of the brain. Let us say, very interesting, if a student is sleeping, what we usually do, okay, come on, get up, go on, round. But instead, ask the student, are you feeling sleepy? Yes, go and sleep. Will we be doing that? But a teacher leader is supposed to cater to the need of that particular student. If the brain needs little rest, sleeping, okay. If somebody is thirsty, now here some schools have very strict rules. Don't raise your hand for going to the restroom or drinking water, and very strict. You cannot go only during interval. But now the brain may tell, I need little water to quench my thirst, or I am hungry. If a student gets up and says that I am hungry, what will you do? Oh, no, this is not the time to eat, go and study. If you say that, I think we are not catering to the demands and needs of the group. So therefore, a teacher leader is supposed to cater to the needs of the person. Many times people think, okay, I go and teach, okay, impart knowledge. I just take care of the intellectual side. But there are so many other things that we need to really understand. Then 5 types of teacher leadership. I just saw Ms. Nancy was explaining to us, and I'm not going to go deeper into that because I like to take more time in the practical application of this teacher leadership. But passingly, I will say the only different types of leadership. Authoritative leadership. This authoritative is not, we talk about taskmasters. No. Here, authoritative means you must be quite sufficiently equipped with the subject matter. So you must be quite knowledgeable with your subject matter. And when I teach maths, I must be quite well versed. Students must feel that teacher is quite confident in her subject, any subject for that matter. So teacher leader should be master of the subject with a rich and long teaching experience. And this is a very, very important thing. And okay, what happens to the new teachers? Sure, new teachers always grow, as I said earlier, with the help of the senior teachers. And the senior teachers are supposed to share their experience with the new teachers. And that is what very important. A teacher leader focuses on meaningful growth and demonstrate determination, resilience. I think when you articulate, you must be quite confident. And when you articulate, there should not be disturbance. You must be quite, relying on yourself. That's what we call resilience. Then affiliative leadership. It creates mutual trust and safe feeling among colleagues, eventually with students. See, this is one of the important things that I see in my school, and also it should be in every institution. There should not be any backbiting. There should not be, people looking after and going and reporting. But there should be kind of mutual trust. Okay, we are one family. That's what affiliated. We are affiliated to each other. It is a family. We have strong bonding. I think this is where each teacher must grow. The third one is democratic leadership. Already Ms. Nancy has spoken quite well, so I'm not going to speak about. But in a school, from correspondent or any secretary till the last non-teaching staff, whom you consider the least one, there must be give and take spirit. Now, for example, when we have evaluation, I will talk to you later also, all of us, starting from drivers, aunties, and teachers, and all the others, correspondent, everybody, we all will sit together and have evaluation or planning, anything, all of us will sit together. There is no inequalities. All of us are equal. Maybe the aunties may have better inspirations with regard to the surrounding. So we are supposed to listen to. This is what democracy is all about, that everyone has got something to contribute. Then pace-setting leadership. So this is another important thing is the teacher leaders by the skill, dedication, and achievements, they are not simply speakers. They must speak both inside and outside the classroom. So they are not simply, people sitting somewhere and okay, I just finished my lesson. No, they must be able to raise their voice. And coaching leaders, this is what I have been talking about earlier, that a senior teacher must help the junior teachers. And if some teachers are struggling, and there must be mentors to help them. And either correspondent or secretaries, must see if we are appointing a new teacher, we must follow them up. We must, see how much struggles they undergo. Okay, now I'm going to call her or call him and sit with another senior faculty. Okay, this person now is interested to you. Every day, have a little personal sitting. Talk to each other and see how much the person is in need of some help. So this is what coaching leadership we call. This is also very important. Then we have a few qualities, 10 qualities of teacher leaders. I just taken from Cindy Harrison, Joel Killian. The first one is resource provider. Each teacher must think that I'm supposed to search for. It's not matter that I prepared few years ago and I have it. No, every time I have a topic, I'm supposed to prepare and find out new sources. And I must be an instructional specialist. So every time there is some new technique to impart knowledge, I'm going to learn. Maybe from teachers, colleagues, or from internet, or whichever way possible that I am going to learn lot of techniques to impart knowledge. Then curriculum specialist. Now in my school, this is what we said. Now leave away the curriculum that was given by the government or anybody. You make your own curriculum for each student. I think this has worked out very well. Later on I will talk to you about this, how our teachers have helped our students. So each teacher must have a curriculum. Okay, for which you don't say that you can just throw away all that government has given or your institution has given. But no, it's not that. You must be able to have your own framework that I am going to have this as a basis for my students. From here on, I will grow. I will just make my students to follow. Then classroom support. Now, this is another important thing that many times people think classroom is that just a kind of lecturing, as I'm now lecturing. Now, I don't know how many people have questions, but there should be some kind of interaction. Each teacher must present himself or herself that I am a supporter, I am a helper, I'm always at the service of you students. So that's one of the important qualities of teacher leaders. Then learning facilitator. This is another important thing. So later on also I will talk to you about this in our school. We never care for, okay, this student is very high in getting marks and this student is very low in getting marks. No, we are not after marks. We always see, assess where this person is. We just got this idea from ABL method, which the Tamil Nadu government had introduced a few years ago. There, what is important is the teacher is a facilitator. If you go in a high speed, the teacher goes with you. If you are not able to travel that speed, okay, come on, I am going to sit with you. So this is what we call a teacher is a facilitator. In learning, whatever the student is not able to learn, sit with the student. What is the problem? Talk to the student. Why the student is not able to, understand? Okay, which area is weaker? I will try to take the stronger area and help the student. This is what we call facilitate. Then mentor. And mentor means you are following in every level. As we have seen in our previous session, different portions. Now, for example, a student does not have a proper family. Now, the student cannot study because the need of the student is emotive consolation. And therefore, we need to take care. The mentor will know the person's entire need. And this is what we call a teacher leader is supposed to be a mentor. Then school leader. This is another important, elements that we can speak about. Usually what we think is the correspondent is the leader of the school or institution, or the principal or the vice principal is the head of the institution. But here, in the teacher leader, every teacher must feel that I am very responsible person in this institution. I am the leader who carries this institution to achieve its goal. This is what very important. So everyone feels that he or she is a leader. Then data push. This is a very important thing because in today's world, the more data that you have, the more stronger you are. So therefore, now in our teaching line, we must be able to have data in all fields, either it's a student or subject matter or the institutional administrative skills. So we must be able to know the data of every sphere in an institute. Then the next one is catalyst for change. I think this is a very important thing that every teacher leader will look into how I can transform this institution into another level. How can I take this institution into another level? So every teacher is supposed to analyze and plan and go for a very serious discussion in a democratic way for the good of the institution, and therefore I must think for how I can change this institution. The 10th one is also very important. I will talk to you about this later also. Learner. Every teacher must feel I am a learner until the day I die. I think all of us, especially a teacher, must be a constant, eternal learner. Eternal learner. So these are the 10 qualities that we speak about teacher leaders. The importance of teacher leadership. How it is important. In the first one is more comprehensive approach to teaching and learning. So these two are very important, that I'm going to have a better understanding of my own teaching and ongoing learning and ongoing formation. So I keep on updating myself. Then the next one is teachers take ownership of their professional development. So this is very important thing, that I am a teacher, but it is a profession. I update myself, I equip myself, and in my presentation, in my content, in my observations, in my relationship, there is a professionalism in this concept, teacher leadership. Then the third one is also very important, a focus on social justice and equity in the classroom. See, many times a teacher can be partial. I like this girl or I like that boy. In the class, a teacher leader will highlight social justice. What is social justice? Social justice is nothing but understanding the quality, understanding the place of a person, and I'm trying to uplift the person. So according to the need of the person, I'm going to supply. So if a person is very good in education, in reading, fine, take him to another level. A girl is very good in writing, okay, take that person to another level. But somebody is not writing well, I'm going to concentrate on the writing of that person. But unfortunately, in our school context, if somebody is studying well, and the teacher will always listen to them and they will answer, and the teacher thinks that all students have understood. But here, social justice and equity, that will cater to the needs of all students according to their level. So I go to their level and help them. This is what a teacher leader will. A teacher will, okay, I ask a question. Somebody shouts, wonderful, everything's over. I asked a question, I got the answer, fine. Then the next one is shared leadership and professionalism within the school and district. So this is another area which we spoke already, not only in the school, but at our district level, even at a larger level. If we can contribute something to the welfare of the students, I think a teacher leader will go crossing beyond all barriers in health. Then student achievement. So the teacher leader will always focus on how the students can achieve better. The next one, 16, improved retention. Okay, it is nothing but we always maintain our older staff. Okay, it's not just throwing away all staff members. Okay, you come this year and throw them next year. Okay, you come next year and throw them. But a real teacher leader institution will always retain and also recruit new teachers and equip them. So this is what very important in the teacher leadership. An institution must always try to retain the experienced teachers and also recruit new teachers and recruit new teachers with the help of equipping them. So this is what the importance of teacher leadership. Okay, now I just have just thought about, okay, we speak about teacher leadership. Why can't we take a few leaders have been greater inspiration in the society, and I've got a few of them. The first one is Nelson Mandela. A teacher leader primarily must take Nelson Mandela as a model. What is a model? And I just like to read. I have no time to brood. I enjoyed reading and writing letters, and that occupied my mind completely. The person who was in jail, in prison for 27 years, he says, I had no time to brood. I had no time to think about anything else. And I always got new inspirations, and that was by reading books. And very surprisingly, I just happened to read this one, Robben Island Bible. And very interestingly, he says, Nelson Mandela, he happened to get the complete works of Shakespeare. And how he got that book within the prison? There was a Hindu deity picture over the, books. And they hid those books and somehow took all books into the prison. And he happened to have the collection of Shakespeare, and he calls it Robben Island Bible. And he said, I was very much inspired by that. And sorry. Yes. And he says, cowards die many times before their deaths. Hello? Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. He says that he got a lot of inspirations by reading Shakespeare. A teacher leader is supposed to be a reader, a habitual leader, an eternal reader. I think if I am a teacher, every day I must be able to read something new, either 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. So whatever may be, but I must be able to a lover of books. That's what Nelson Mandela is all about, according to me. Then Martin Luther King Jr. He is a man of dreams. And I'm sure that all of you would have heard about this his famous speech, I have a dream. And dream for equality. And the lines are beautifully articulate. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I think this is what a teacher must have. So sense of equality. It is not by color. It is not by the wealth. It is not by the background with which they come about. But it is what they are, what the content they have. Maybe the dress may not be good enough, but the student may have greater inspirations. Then another leader that I'm always, great leader, I always admire. And wherever I go, whenever I speak about, I never miss him. At least once I quote him. Okay, E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar, the great Periyar. Okay, the great social revolutionary leader educator. I think I see him, many times people think about that he is an atheist. No, he is the great revolutionary above all. He is
Jasmine ma'am,
a
am I
great
visible?
thinker and a great
Ulla.
teacher who made others to think. And his words are so beautiful. There is no use of simply acquiring titles and amassing wealth if one has no self-respect and scientific knowledge. I think these two are very important concepts that the teacher leader must understand: self-respect and scientific knowledge. I think in our Indian society, these two are very much self-respect and scientific knowledge, because we are after superstitious practices, and we always, in the name of respect, we think others as slaves to us. So one thinks that is inferior to the other. I think it was Periyar, Ramasamy Periyar, who really made our Indian society to think about we have our own self-worth. I think this is what every institution must do. Every institution must say, I am an institution teacher to impart this experience of that you are someone and you are slave to none. I think that every teacher must have that. Then another important personality that I have is Mother Teresa, a servant leader. I think I can share with you once a child, went for number 2, the toilet, and I think LKG or UKG, maybe LKG. I just happened to pass by. The child was, poorly looking, holding the dress and all. I took the child and then washed, everything. And so the aunties came running, said, "What is it that you are doing?" I said, "This is what the correspondent must do." I think every teacher must get inspiration from this great leader I call, and here I must be a servant leader, a teacher, servant leader. It says, dream it simple and say it strong. Dream it simple, say it strong. Communicate in a language people can understand. I tell you, I can give you a beautiful example. In our LKG this year, there was a child. I saw many days a child sleeping in the lap of the teacher. Many days. And I called the mother, never she came. But now today, the child has got a different face. And it was because of the teacher who became not only a mother, but a servant. Okay, servant is nothing but it's not inferior quality, inferior status. It is, I am attending to the need of the other. That's what servant is all about. It's not inferior status, but I am catering. I understand the need of that person. So this is what a teacher leader must have. Then, as always, usually Jesus is seen as a God or Son of God. But for me, he's a wonderful human person, a teacher, a human teacher who imparted greater values. And, he, out of his generosity, out of his love, hello? Oh, 1 minute, I'm coming. Hello? Let us go on. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Professor, you can proceed, Professor.
Okay, yes. So Jesus, he always met with different groups, disciples, Pharisees, scribes, sinners, outcasts, women, children, sick, rich, and poor. And he met them all, and he taught them according to their needs. I think a great teacher, a leader, is supposed to look into the persons, what they are, and what is their level, and what type of people they belong to, and how I can help them. So this is what another important thing. And he says, take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. I think a teacher, leader is supposed to send a signal that you can rest and you can trust on me, and that person is a great teacher. And Jesus was a great teacher. Even today is a wonderful teacher. So I just finally, before getting to the practical side, I just put the few things together and try to define who is a teacher leader. The one who reads the mind of students, colleagues, books. So I must be able to read. So I must be able to read not only with my external eyes, with my heart. If somebody is sick, I must be able to read. If my colleague has some problem, okay, I should be able to read. So this is what I think one of the greatest qualities of a teacher leader. And the one who helps students to know one's self-worth, talents, skills, and also limitations. It is not simply, okay, you are good at that, but we should also be able to tell them their limitations. The teacher leader is the one who deconstructs the traditional mindset of superior and inferior. Unfortunately, in our society, even today, we have not done away, we have not deconstructed this idea of the superior and inferior. Now, in my school, either a student or a teacher or a worker or a driver, whoever comes, we must be all sitting together. Okay, that's what a teacher leader is all about. I should never think that I am superior to somebody or inferior to somebody, but the culture of equality must be developed and must be promoted, and only teachers can do that. And you can start from your classroom. So every student must feel that I am equal to the teacher, not by profession, but as persons. So I have self-respect, and the teacher has got self-respect, and therefore I am not inferior to, I am not a slave. Okay, so I should not always standing before the teacher. Why can't I sit before the teacher and have dialogue with each other? Then the teacher leader is the one who becomes a student and makes the student a teacher. This is another important, I just got from Paulo Freire from the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He always says, if there are 40 students in a class and one teacher, and when one student speaks and the teacher becomes a student along with the other 39 students. So therefore, the student who speaks becomes a teacher. So one is a teacher, all the others are students. I think this is a great concept which changed, a lot of things in our school, and therefore, I'm not a teacher. When a student speaks, I must become a student, and the student who speaks becomes the teacher. I think this is really one of the important qualities of a teacher leader. Then the teacher leader is the one who is convinced of the mission and facilitates to create conviction of personal. I think this is one of the important things. Now, if you take, it is the topmost, number one students go for teaching profession. But many times here in India, when there is no other option, I think this must come out of my conviction. I want to become a teacher because I want to transform individuals in the society. I think that only will make us teacher leaders. Okay. So now this is another thing. This is what I said about practical side. Um, Teacher leader, a school on experiment. We just started a school a few years ago, but with the idea, as it was given in the introduction, we just got from our former president Abdul Kalam ji, and we wanted to provide greater facilities to the rural students. And have we succeeded? Sure. Maybe 40%, 50%, but we have really created a greater impact on this. All that I have read, we are implementing in our school. I'm not exaggerating, but all that I have presented here, we are doing it in our school. First thing, teacher leader activities. Okay, it changes the attitude. I will come to the what we do. I'll just finish this and come to it. First one, this teacher leadership changes the attitude from know all to get to know. I don't know everything. I need to learn. Then seniors mentoring the juniors and new teachers. We always have, mentoring system. If we get a new teacher, we always appoint a senior teacher to take care of their training. We have a certain system in our school and see whether that system is implemented in a creative way. It is not the hard-bounded, rules, but it is, okay, you are free, but now whether the system is, and also we follow the teachers. Then, weekly updating programs, group discussion on a topic from editorials and books. Every Thursday, we have a meeting, and we take an editorial from magazines, and we give to teachers. We make photocopy and give to teachers, and the following week they come and share their opinions. So it is another way of empowering them, in another way of making them to think. So this has created a greater amount of self-confidence in teachers. Then another important thing is evaluation. Self and group evaluation of the performance of teachers, we do periodic, and we have no inhibition. And teachers are trained in such a way that when somebody tells some limitations, let us say in a classroom, students are not performing well, and if it is said the particular teacher should not be offended. So evaluation in an open theatre, I think has created a greater level of self-respect and self-confidence. Initially we had a little problem, but now we don't have any problem. Even if there is little problem, I just try to sort it out. So therefore, our teachers have a greater mindset. They're all from village area. They're all going from zero level, so to say. Even to some extent, some of them came there and learned reading in English, speaking in English. But today they are the best teachers because we are journeying with them with the idea that you are a teacher leader. You are supposed to not only lead your family, not only lead your students, but lead the society in which we live. Okay? Then, how this teacher leader created effect on teachers. The first one is teachers have become open-minded. Teachers are showing tremendous growth, both in personal growth and also their teaching efficiency has tremendously improved. It is because we tell them that you are not simply reproducing machines. You are not artificial intelligence engines, but you are teachers, persons. You are supposed to grow. And that created in them their own individuality, their own self-worth as thought of. Then the school becomes not a working place, but a growing home for teachers. Now our teachers, they feel so joyful in it. Now take for example, 11 o'clock we provide them coffee, evening they have nice tea, and sometimes recently they said, okay, you like to have some tiffin. I said, okay, wonderful. So they are so free. When they come to our school, they think it is not a school, an institution, but it's a home where all children are our children. I think this has created in them tremendous impact. That the teachers are joyful and have job satisfaction. At the end of every year, I see in them a greater sense of satisfaction. When we have the annual evaluation, they say, we have achieved this year our goal. All teachers, okay, all teachers participate so well in our evaluation. The result of their work is more seen in everyday activities of students than the time of exam. For us, exams is only the criterion. It's a demand for the government, but we don't take seriously this exams. But we have another evaluation. It is how I will tell you how our students are. If a student is happy, you can be 100% sure he will manage any situation. So we don't go by marks, we don't go by exams, but we will see the quality of children. So therefore, our teachers look into students and their growth every day. And therefore, they will not have exam as the target. They will not, okay, we have exam. The exam will be at the back of their mind. But what is important is, am I attending to the need of students today? What is their need? Okay, if students are not happy, okay, take them for a ride. Okay, take them just for a walking, play with them. I think we are so free, and our teachers, help our students. They see their students growing as leaders. How? I will come to the next section and tell you how this teacher leaders, mindset created impact on students. Primarily, somebody has helped others, whether somebody was happy, whether somebody created something new. So therefore, students feel I am acknowledged for what I am. So we don't see what they have not done, but instead, all our teachers will look into what they have done and what they are doing good. So that has created in them a happy atmosphere. Okay? And our students and parents sometimes will say, oh, students are becoming very dirty. When they come, we are not able to wash the uniform. I tell them, wonderfully, if you cannot wash the uniform, give to us and we will wash that. So a child should be happy and get dirty in the field that the playground. Okay, so that's what the first thing that we have achieved. The second one is students do away with fear complex, as teachers are not teaching but leading them from ignorance to knowledge. So now you can be 100% sure that 99% of our students will not have fear. Now, for example, when I'm standing there, they will say, Father, can I ask you a question? Okay, Father, can I talk to you a minute in Tamil? So they will not be afraid of talking to anybody. Okay, now somebody came from Japan, just happened to go that side and visited, and they said, oh, see, in this primary school, you have about 100 students standing in a queue to ask questions. But we went to other schools, we were trying to hunt for people to ask questions. But the questions were very simple. But they appreciated that they did not have fear. Students did not have fear. So that's what the teacher leadership quality has created impact on students. Then students feel they come to school not to get marks, but to exhibit whatever they have learned from any source. So we are not just simply confine our students to marks, but to greater thing. You will learn from anywhere. Okay. So now if a student likes to go to computer lab and learn, okay, free, go and learn. So we are not confining people to this one classroom, and we give more opportunity. I'll come to that. Students are teachers, not as students see teachers not as taskmasters, but as an accompanying leaders. So this is what very important. Our teachers never, they sit with them eating, they play with them, they run around, they listen to their stories. Most of the time in our school, students will talk. Okay, so that's what, so we only accompany them. They have a lot of riches. Then each student feels she or he is not simply a student, but a teacher to himself or herself and others. So this we have created. Every student, either LKG or UKG or fifth grade, so we have only primary school, every student will think that I am a teacher. So I am a leader. So I am supposed to contribute something to others. So this we have created. Then students at the early age learn to take initiatives. So this is one of the important things that we have achieved, that students have learned to take initiatives. How? We have in the afternoon, 1.5 hours free time. That means after lunch, I'll come to that. St. Mary Magdalene Dreams Hall. This is what the soul of our school. Okay. So this is a very important place where our students enjoy, and I enjoy all the time, and our teachers also. After lunch, they are left free 1 hour and 30 minutes. They all are seated there, and they are free to do anything they want. No teacher interferes. No teacher monitors. No teacher tells what should they do. But they will come, and 1.5 hours, no teacher will who should go first. No. They will come as 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 as beautifully they all will come, and 1.5 hours everybody will do whatever they want. And at the end, you can see the joy and happiness. Every day we do that. Every day we do that. One interesting thing that I like to share with. One day I happened to be there and saw about 5, 6 students or 6, 7 students were enacting a small skit. And I saw only one student was able to read, and a student who could read. But all the other 4, 5 students were not good at studies. But they were going on talking. Of course, it was in Tamil. They were going on talking. And I afterwards I called that boy, asked him, wonderful, it was so happy, man. And how is it that you got these boys, not the other boys? And he said, Father, they no study, Father. That means they don't study well. Okay, wonder. Then why did you choose them? And he said, no, I exactly quote you this. To encourage. He, raised both his hands and said, to encourage. And to my surprise, today, those students are the best students. Those who are not able to read, those who are not able to speak. And because of that one incident, and the initiative was not by the teachers, and the initiative was by the third grade students, third standard students. And one student created, and this is what we call not only teacher leaders, but even students leaders. This is a great thing that we have achieved. Some students are capable to get, okay. So now if you go third standard, fourth standard, fifth standard, in each class, you will have minimum 5 to 6 directors. So every day they will enact dramas, skits and all. They themselves will choose stories either from their textbook or they make their own stories, and they will allot characters and they all will act. If you come today, tomorrow, if you want to ask them to enact a drama, they'll be happily doing it. So they will not have any, so then the directors will take care of it. No teacher will direct them. Okay, so therefore, not only teachers, they become teacher leaders, but even now school students become student teachers. Then annual day is the place where we prove our teacher, leader, and student leader abilities. And we have a system in preparing. For the past about 7, 8 years, we have been following this. In planning, annual day committee, theme selection, finalizing programs, cooperative preparation, rehearsal, all that, all teachers are involved and all students are involved. On the final day, it's a primary school. No teacher will appear on the stage. None of us will say you do this or that. All will be done by the students. And every time, all chief guests, all dignitaries, whoever came, they were very much appreciative of our school performance. And they said, these students are gifted. And it is because of these teachers who consider themselves not simply as teachers, but and also after the annual day, we have a greater system of evaluation. That evaluation is done by every member, or all students. We had about 354 students. All 354 students will appear on the stage from LKG till fifth grade. All will appear on the stage and they all will say at least one sentence. This Akka danced very well. That brother acted very well. Or they also will say that dance was not very good. Okay, so they were very spontaneous. They are very spontaneous and they all will be happily doing that job of evaluation. Okay, so therefore, with all this greater inspiration in the students' feedback box, you can see them writing very creative things. I happened to see them. Once he said, "Father, we are missing the school, and we like you to open sixth standard. We have 2 rooms empty. Would you mind opening sixth grade?" I was very happy, but it's very difficult. But I saw the initiative. It's the first time one student. Then there were groups, 2, 3 groups. They joined together and wrote. They wrote their names. I was very happy. This is what we call student leadership and teacher leadership. And if only teachers are leaders, students will become leaders. Okay. So therefore, I just would like to wind up now by telling that we are running institutions, not making servants, not making slaves, not making money minting machines. Later on, as they go, we don't say, okay, come on, go and work and earn money. But we like to get people who can really think for themselves, people who can work for the society, people who can transform and who can do away with all social evils, and people who develop critical thinking. So therefore, we need to, and this can be done only by teachers. Nobody else can do that. Okay, teachers, if only they think that they are called to be leaders, if only they think that I am called to lead my class, I am supposed to transform my class, and then students are going to be completely different. But if you are just going to be transmitters of knowledge, if you are going to be just teachers, carrying some informations and giving them some informations, or making them to write few essays, but that is not like. But now, after all these many experiences, I see a greater impact on students that our teachers created by their greater effort, by their sincere effort, by their hard work, that they are teachers, not simply teachers, but they are teacher leaders. And our school has become so great. And I'm sure that if you happen to come that side, one day you can also see our school. Father Sahayara just come to our school, and he's an eyewitness how our students are performing so well. And therefore, it is possible only because of the dedicated leadership of our teachers. And I wish all the best to the teachers and future teachers, and God bless you. At this time, I'd like to thank all members, especially Reverend Father Sarayaraj, the principal, staff members, and Dr. Jasmine Christie, who has been, constantly in touch with me, and all participants for your wonderful contribution, wonderful listening. And also, you are most welcome to, give your suggestions. And thanks all.
Thank you for.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, dear participants. If you have any questions, please post it in the chat box in the Google Meet, or also you can post it in the chat box that is present in your YouTube link. So please do post the questions. Father, we have received a few questions from the students. Can I start, Father? I'll just read
Yes,
out the
please.
question.
Yes, please.
So one of the questions is, what do you consider to be the most important quality in a teacher for this modern generation?
Yes, I just would like to say that I am supposed to be a person who understands. This is what now students expect from us. I need to understand what they are, because now they have everything. Knowledge, that's no problem. But a machine cannot understand the person. And in my teaching experience all these years, you can make tremendous change only if the student feels that you have accepted him as he is or as she is. Okay, so now, for example, a student who came for the 5th grade, now today who did not even know ABCD, now today can speak well. There was no magic. He has the same brain. The only magic was he felt that this school has accepted him as he is. So students need only this. I think that's what they expect from us as teachers.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Dear participants, please, you can also unmute yourself and ask the questions personally if you wish to ask any questions. Otherwise, I can go for the next question that we have received. May I, Father?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Professor Nanda.
Yes, Father.
Am I audible?
Yes, Father, you are.
Maybe before you proceed with your next question, I would like to ask Father John Peter a question.
Yes, Father.
Thank you very much, Father John Peter, for your enlightening presentation. During the course of your lecture, you said one of the expected qualities of a teacher leader is to read the mind of the students and colleagues and books, but first to read the minds of the students. And now, while answering to the first question posed by Professor Nanda, you said this generation expects the teachers to understand them first and foremost. Now, in the present context, which we obviously see in many of the government schools, where there is a serious conflict between the understanding of the teachers and the students. I don't know if it is really possible for the teachers, even if they take efforts to understand the students, to understand them rightly. What do you say?
Yeah, there are rare events, because parents misunderstand or students misunderstand or the community members misunderstand. But these are rare events. But there are even government schools where teachers are mentoring students so well. And therefore, if we are sincere and if we are at the good of the students, I'm sure it will have greater impact. And I know a government school teacher who always tells, when I go to my classroom, I have no problem. The only reason is I have created an atmosphere that the students understand I am for them. That's all, very simple. Because the language that we use, the gestures that we use, or they see, look at us. I think students are quite efficient in understanding, very intelligent in understanding our heart. And if they understand our sincere intention, there won't be much problem. There will be one or two problems, sure. But by and large, if students know that you are for the good of them, they will be so happy and will be cooperate. It's a simply acknowledgement. See now, for example, I am a priest like 31 years. I'm 56 years old, but an LKG student will come and stand before me and happily shake hand and talk, it is only one signal. I never project myself as a correspondent. I tell them I am at your beck and call. I am here to help you. That's all. And they love you. And the whole atmosphere will be different.
Thank you, Father. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Father, there is the next question is, how do we maintain discipline as a teacher leader in the current classroom climate? And if I may, I would just like to add on to this question and just ask another question, which is, in the current classroom climate, especially in cities like Chennai, we are seeing that many students who are young at like class 7, class 8 level, who are addicted to drugs and alcohol. So how do we address this issue, and especially the idea of discipline within a classroom climate?
Yes. Now, first and foremost, I would like to use that word discipline in a very, very reserved sense. Because for me, it is not a jail, prison where they need to be disciplined. But according to me, a school is the place where you help them to grow with a sense of responsibility. See, now I always see our students and tell them, guys, small children, fifth grade, fourth grade, third grade, first grade, I tell them, you are responsible people. Okay, you come here. So, see, that responsibility will be understood only when you respect them. See, many times we think they are indisciplined. They are not indisciplined. It is only a reaction to your approach. We think that they are hooligans. We think that they are from lower background. We think that they don't deserve respect. So therefore, they only react. It's only a kind of reactionism. But if we say that I respect you and love you, I'm sure, and you see here, there's another issue that I need to tell also. We need to be working with the parents. So when I have a problem with a child, I don't deal with the child. First, I deal with the parent, because the problem of the child is not the problem of the child, it's problem of the parent. You tackle the problem with the parent, the student will be more responsible. With the word that you use, the student will be disciplined. So we should also address this issue with the parents or the caretakers. So responsibility should be imbibed, not discipline. Discipline is more negative. Responsibility, sense of responsibility is more positive, and that will create in them, great sense of respect.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Father, there is a question here with regard to, I think, what you told about how you are treating your teachers and all. So the question is, some employees may not have the experience or expertise to make the right decisions. Is it wise to accept their opinions?
Here it's a democratic. In the democratic process, mistake also is part of it. Right? See, now I tell you, it took about 15 years to understand what education is all about. Do you think that I have not made mistakes? So people must understand that we are prone to make mistakes, and democracy will have to accept mistakes also. But the other party who makes mistakes should also understand that I am in a democratic process. I must be able to humble enough to listen to. You see, both of us need to work as democrats, not autocratic. Neither the other party nor the administration should think that they are autocratic. No. Both of us must understand that we are democrats, and therefore we must be able to sit. See, now I know my principal makes mistakes, but I call her and talk to her, why you made that decision. Because the person who makes mistake may have his or her own reasons. First of all, I must be able to listen to the reasons for which the person made the decision. Then I will know whether the decision was right or wrong. Then I will know why the person made that decision. So first, dialogue. Sit and ask for reasons. But mistakes are part of democratic process.
Uh, Thank you so much, Father. There is just a lot of praise falling down in the comment section. So I'll just skip to the last question. I know you already answered this, but just I would like to pick your brain on this because it's quite a nice question and we would like to hear it from you. What is one piece of advice that you can give for us when we become teachers in the future? This is from our students.
Yeah, it is nothing but you have a heart. even you may not be very intelligent. See, now, for example, when I go to my class, sometimes fifth standard student, see, now, one day I was writing a word and the student raised up the hand. Fifth standard student, I'm talking about fifth grade. He raised his hand, Father, the word, the meaning that you wrote is not the meaning, Father. I made a mistake. And he told me, I said, I'm very sorry. Your answer is correct, but wrongly, I don't get that word. See, that is what I have a heart. If I did not have a heart, the students would not have got up and told me the mistake. See, that is where we say, I'm much senior. I'm like, say, 40, 45 years senior to him. But the boy has guts to stand up and tell me what you have written is wrong means. He thinks that this teacher, not priest, sorry, this teacher has a heart who will listen to me, not by age, not by anything, but by merit. So this is what a teacher is about. Never you think that you know everything. You think that you have heart and you are going inside the classroom to learn from others. And I wish that all teachers, all students read Paulo Freire, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's a small book, and I changed after reading that book, and that will transform each teacher. The Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire.
Thank you so much, Father. Thank you so much for your words. And I think there is just praise pouring in. And with this, I would like to conclude the Q&A session. Thank you, everyone. And I now hand the session back to Mr. Anthony Joseph.
Thank you, sir. My warmest wishes for the most delightful afternoon. Saying thanks is more than good manners. It is also a good spiritual act. I deem it an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this beautiful session. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for this blessed day. As we all know that saying thank you is a respectful way for show appreciation towards a person. But these words would be less for our chief guest of this impactful session, Reverend Dr. A.S. Victor, Professor of Moral Theology, St. Paul Seminary, Trichy, who, despite his busy schedule, has found time to share his wisdom with us on this great occasion. I thank Father for his inspiring words, which enhanced our knowledge on the topic, the qualities of a teacher leader. Father beautifully explains that a person who has an open mind, courage, humility, flexibility, and a passion for learning will be a great teacher leader. Students from their schools learn the leadership qualities in the early stage itself and become a great inspiring example for all. Thank you, Father. I take this time to thank our Secretary, Father, Reverend Father Saharaj Vijayan, SJ, Madam Principal Dr. L. Korande Theresan, and IQAC Coordinator Dr. A. Jasmine Christie for this wonderful opportunity. I owe a special thanks to all the faculty of various institutions and everyone who has participated in this session. Thank you once again.
Thanks a lot. ரொம்ப நன்றி எல்லாருக்கும். All the best. God bless you.
Father, thank you so much for
Thank
a
you.
nice session, Father.
Thank you.
It
Yes.
was really very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Thank you for Sagai.
And then thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Before you leave the meet, kindly read all the comments. உங்களுக்கு வந்து குவியுது அதை வாசிச்சிருங்க.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think you
Thank you.
deserve.
Yes.
I'll call you later this evening.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Father.
Good afternoon, Father. This is Kurandi Teresa, Principal Father. Thank you so much for your informative as well as motivating speech, Father.
Yes. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Thank you so much, Father.
Yes.
Father, good evening, Father. I am Dr. Jasmine Christie. Welcome you, Father. Father Raymond, I am Jasmine Christie. Welcome you. Father, kindly unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you. Kindly unmute yourself, Father Raymond.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're very clear. Welcome, welcome, Father. Welcome to the session. We are glad to have you for the session, Father.
Thank you so much.
Father Raymond, this is Father Sahai. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Father.
And nice to see you again.
Glad to see
This
you
time on
all.
an online platform. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation as soon as we approached you, and it's a delight to have you with us today. Thank you, Father. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm also privileged to be given this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Father Raymond. This is Kurundi Teresa. Hi, Father.
Yes.
Hope you're fine,
Reza,
Father.
thank you. How are you?
Yes. Fine, Father. Thank you so much. How are you, Father?
Thank you.
And thank you for accepting our invitation, Father. And nice to see you back.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity.
Shall we begin the session, Father? Or just
Yes,
need
I
to
am
wait for 1 or
ready.
2 minutes? Thank you, Father. Yes.
Welcome is a simple word to express the pleasant feeling of a greeting. Respected and highly esteemed resource person, Reverend Dr. C. Raymond, S.J., lecturer, educational leadership at the Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, Ghana. Reverend V. Sagayaraj, S.J., Secretary, Loyola College of Education. Dr. L. Korande Teresal, Principal, LCE. Principals from various universities and education institutions, HODs, faculty members, teacher educators, research scholars, students from other institutions, teaching fraternity of LCE, dear students of Loyola College of Education, good afternoon and all present here. On behalf of LC family, I deem it my great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of our one-day international webinar on leadership in education for 21st century. Dear all, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the chief guest of the function, Reverend Dr. C. Raymond S.J., who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. We are truly honored to have Father Raymond with us today to share his insights and his experiences on leadership in education. On behalf of LC family, I welcome you, Father, and thank you very much for being with us. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome the backbone of our college, energetic secretary, Reverend V. Sagayaraj S.J., who is strong advocate for the education and well-being of every member of this institution. Welcome, Father. I would like to welcome Dr. L. Korande Teresal, Principal, who is an efficient leader and who guides the students in all ways to reach their goals. You are warmly welcome to this valedictory ceremony, Madam. I wish to extend my warm and hearty welcome to all the principals from various institutions and universities, HODs, faculty members, teacher educators, research scholars, students from other institutions whose presence means a lot to us. Welcome you all. I would like to warmly welcome my dear colleagues, the teaching fraternity of LCE. Welcome, dear friends. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my warm to our beloved students of LCE who are the reason for all that we do academically. Welcome, dear students. Once again, on behalf of LCE family, I extend my warm greetings and wish you all convivial welcome. Thank you.
Respected and dear Dr. Raymond, the chief guest of this valediction, Dr. L. Kurandai Teresal, the principal, Loyola College of Education, my dear teaching and administrative fraternity, and student friends of LCE, and all our esteemed guests who have joined us from far and wide, good afternoon to you all. Since this morning, we've been listening to various key speakers on leadership in education. And so I wouldn't personally wish to make this felicitation speech of mine as another attempt to fill you with inputs on the same, especially when we have an eminent expert on education like Reverend Dr. Raymond. Hence, I restrict myself to just offer my words of felicitation to many good souls who have made or who are making this one-day international webinar a meaningful exercise for the benefit of many. To start with, I thank and congratulate Dr. L. Kurandai Teresa, the principal of our college, who is also the chairperson of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, responsible for the conduct of this webinar. As the overall academic head of the institution, she has a major responsibility in organizing events like today's. And I am glad that this year's webinar has been well thought of and executed under her leadership. Congratulations to you, madam. I wish to thank next Dr. Jasmine Christie, the coordinator of IQAC, sincerely from the depths of my heart for her efficient way of planning for and implementing every minute detail in order to make today's webinar a hugely beneficial one for all of us. Congratulations to you, Dr. Jasmine Christie, the coordinator of IQAC. I'm equally indebted and grateful to Professor Anthony Joseph, Dr. Ponmalini, Dr. Karthikeyan, Ms. Hebi Papa, the members of IQAC, who from the beginning till this second have been rendering their wholehearted support in all ways possible for the success of this webinar. Congratulations to all of you, my dear friends. It is also my bounden duty to express my joy over the enormous cooperation rendered by practically every one of our teaching and administrative staff, the members of a Students' Council, and all our students for the smooth and salient way by which the webinar is being conducted. Every one of you is our pillar of support, and I am thankful to all of you. Finally, I'll be failing in my duty, dear friends, if I don't duly acknowledge and appreciate the enthusiasm and interest with which all our speakers, as well as our listeners, that is you, the participants, have taken part in today's webinar right from the inaugural ceremony in the morning. It is your willingness to join us, to be with us, and to reflect together on the 21st century's educational leadership, I find, is a strong source of motivation to expand our views at a larger level on the same topic, even at the end of the day, during this valedictory ceremony under the inspiration of Reverend Dr. Raymond. My deep-seated appreciation and thanks to you, one and all. My dear friends, may all that has come to enlighten us today on the topic that we are discussing stay with us long and help us become teacher leaders in its true spirit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Warm wishes to all present here virtually. I'm honored to introduce the chief guest for this session. Reverend Dr. Raymond Chedua Tangore is a Jesuit priest and a lecturer currently lecturing graduate students in educational leadership at the Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, a UNESCO Category 2 Center for Excellence at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. He is a Cambridge Commonwealth European International Scholar and holds an MPhil and a PhD degree in Educational Leadership and School Improvement from the University of Cambridge, England. Father Ray also holds a bachelor degree in theology from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Nairobi, Kenya. Bachelor of Philosophy from the Gregorian University, Rome, Italy. BSc Agriculture from the University of Cape Coast, and a diploma in tourism and travel agency management from Cambridge Tutorial College, New Haven, England. Father Ray began his post-university profession as a banker, but later turned to education, where he worked in various capacities as a leader, teacher, and consultant in pre-tertiary and tertiary educational institutions across Africa. He is one of the founding members of the Catholic University in Ghana at Fiapa in Bono region. He is also a member of the commission for the proposed Loyola Jesuit University, Ibadan, Nigeria, and a member of Jesuit Tertiary and Pre-Tertiary Education Commission for Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. His major research interests are in leadership for learning, critical friendship, educational change implementation, and school improvement, and issues of access, equity, and quality education. Dear participants, we are very happy and proud to invite Reverend Dr. Raymond to this valedictory session. On behalf of LCE and participants from all over the world, I extend him a cordial welcome in our midst virtually and thank him for accepting our invitation. Thank you and welcome, Father.
Thank you so much. This is quite humbling. Father Chair, Director, Loyola Institutions, the Principal, Loyola College of Education, the Coordinator, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Loyola College of Education, the organizing committee of this webinar, cherished participants, good afternoon and peace and joy from Cape Coast, Ghana. I thank you for the opportunity to be a collaborator of this prestigious College of Education family, and I am sincerely humbled by your kind consideration of me as the chief guest in this important event. I know you've had a long day already, and I would not like to drag matters too long, so I crave your indulgence to go straight to business. So I would ask the technical team to begin to roll the slides for me so that I can give my address. I don't know whether you're able to see this pointer. From your end, are you seeing a pointer?
Father?
Okay, then I'll take it like that. I was thinking I could use the pointer from here to show or emphasize some of the things I wanted. So that's fine. Okay, so I was invited as a guest to give an address on educational leadership, which I'll be getting to very soon. And so to just help guide my sharing, I have the outline, as you can see. I don't know whether, sorry, I don't know whether this can be put in the mode in which it will be bigger, or that's the best we can have.
Father, this is the best we can have. We put it in a slideshow.
Okay.
It's not working, Father.
Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, so this is just a kind of compass to guide the few things I want to share in the context of this address. So I would like, first of all, to thank you once again. When I was invited to explicitly give an address on educational leadership, the first thing that struck me was, wow, what a privilege. But this is also a very, very broad area. Educational leadership can be shared or discussed in the context of 20th century. We can also look at it in the context of 21st century. And if we come out of that domain, we can also look at educational leadership globally. We can look at educational leadership within countries. And in the context of countries, we can also look at educational leadership from national perspective, provincial perspective, and from the perspective of institutions, educational institutions. In all these domains, it is important to have an idea of what educational leadership is about and has to offer. But I chose, for the sake of time, to share my thoughts on educational leadership in the 21st century. And not everywhere in the world, but in the context of India. And not in the perspective of the different layers of the educational system in India, but to focus on educational institutions where teachers, students, lecturers, leaders, everyone, plus other key stakeholders work together to promote teaching, to promote learning in such a way that at the end of the day, the goals, the educational goals of the nation are achieved. So I would like to focus this address on educational leadership in the 21st century, India. So I want to start first of all by just sharing some thoughts on my understanding of educational leadership. You can still stay at where we were, the outline. Yes. And then from there, since we are looking at educational leadership in the context of the 21st century, I would like to share some thoughts about what is unique about the 21st century in which we want to look at educational leadership. Then we move to 21st century India educational context. And here our interest is on the realities, the desires, and the expectations within that context, within the educational context in 21st century India. Then we move to even more specific location, and that is the educational institutions. So we move to what it takes then to lead educational institutions in the 21st century India. By just looking at the challenges, the opportunities, and some few proposed strategies I put forward, and maybe what we can look at for as signs of success. So whether we are making a headway or not, by just looking at those signs, and then I give the concluding remarks. So we can move to the next slide now to continue. Okay, so educational leadership, as you can see, is a phrase that marries two convoluted, complicated concepts: education and leadership. And I would like to emphasize this, that educational leadership is not an isolated concept, as you know. If you like, you can describe it as a brother, a younger brother of educational management or educational administration. We know that historically, these concepts, educational administration, educational management, educational leadership, gained their currency in the 20th century. In the first quarter of the 20th century, somewhere around 1944, the reigning word or phrase was educational administration. It was as popular as we hear of COVID-19 today. And at that time, the concept was used basically to explain administering or managing officers. And the underlying understanding or principle when it comes to the context of practicing educational administration was that, well, it is about one's superior, set apart being somewhere who will administer wisdom to everyone to ensure that the office runs well, the organization runs well, whatever that well means. It is that administrator who is the harbinger of the definition of that. But then, as society grows and gets more and more complex, that idea of managing or administering organizations fell short and it was challenged. So by the mid-1970s, culminating 1980s, that phrase, educational administration, began to take the back bench and educational management emerged as the front runner. And that one brought, in addition, the idea of planning, coordinating things, ensuring that there is efficiency, there is productivity and accountability. A kind of improvement or expansion of scope over the first one, educational administration. Unfortunately, excessive managerialism, where the educational managers forget that they deal with human beings and not machines. They deal with human beings who have the will, who have feelings, and not machines. Also, call to question how this approach to managing institutions, managing people, is the best, is for the common good. The emphasis had been on efficiency, productivity, accountability, whatever it takes. The human feelings, what other human beings have to bring on board, is not recognized. And as you know, when we cross into the 90s, and from there up to now, society became even more complex. External accountability or pressures for performance became stronger. And this compelled humanity to think again. Is the idea of managing people, managing organization, giving us or meeting the current realities? It was there that, again, through the wisdom God has given to humanity, we realize that no, it is short of the expectations. And that is how the idea of educational leadership emerged as the front runner, as the word, the phrase. And what it does is to pay attention, basically, to human beings. And so leadership, educational leadership, came in to emphasize the idea of mutual influencing activity between people so that together they are able to annex the ideas, think, act collaboratively to achieve desirable goals. What this means is that leadership is not equal to the leader. If we were to look at the leadership theories, you notice that even within the domain of leadership, those who stuck to the superhero approach or theory of leadership have been challenged. The leadership is not equal to the leader, but there's no leadership without the leader. So there must be a leader, but that leader is not leadership. Leadership is what the leader practices. So when we look at the core components of leadership, especially in terms of its practice, the focus will usually be to develop relationships, to have mutual influences among people, which will eventually lead to a positive change or improvement in whatever context. And that is why I personally love what John Quincy Adams says, that if your actions inspire people to dream more, to learn more, do more, and become more, then you are practicing leadership. And if you put that in the context of education, we can also say, if what our actions do is to inspire people to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then we are practicing educational leadership. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so as I emphasized, I see educational leadership as a reality that emphasizes mutually influencing practice that builds robust educational systems or institutions at all levels, from the very beginning to the highest. And I conceptualized robust educational systems or institutions to be institutions or systems that ensure quality teaching and learning, that provide a conducive environment for the development of cognitive, intrapersonal, and interpersonal domains of students' life. They are systems where the spirit of equity, inclusivity, and global citizenship direct life. So if we can look at Loyola College of Education or the entire university, and we are able to see people who are able to learn to know, to do, to be, and to live together peacefully, then we can describe our institution as being a robust institution. If we see that across India's educational system, then we can say the India's educational system is robust. Can we move to the next slide, please? So just a word on this whole phrase I kept using, mutual influencing. Well, it's basically a relational dynamic that is governed by give and take for the mutual good of all those involved and for the mutual good of the institution. And because leadership is about human beings, basically, trying to hold each other's hands, bring out their talents, their experiences on board to achieve something that will benefit everyone, this influencing actually can take simple forms. Speaking can be a way of influencing others, just the manner in which we speak. Just a look, a simple look at a brother or sister, a colleague, can influence the person positively or negatively. And by just being present to the situation, not an appendix, but being present to what is going on, can influence others. And of course, if we are able to act in whichever way for the good of the institution, we are influencing it mutually. And this can take the form of collective or individual. A group of people can influence others, but an individual can also influence a group of people based on the things I mentioned above. And usually, because we can never have everyone at the same level, we can talk of horizontal influencing, where people who can describe themselves as co-equals influence each other positively, as well as vertical influencing, where someone who is above or below is able to influence the other for positive results, for the common good. So that is what I actually mean when I kept using that phrase, influencing. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. But I also describe as one of the core things of leadership as a reality, a practice, an activity that influences positive change. And in fact, to you layman's terms, I simply mean improvement. It is a practice which at the end of the day we hope will have to improve a lot. And every human being is a change agent. We may choose to ignore it, but the reality is that we are change agents because we change us out, because every one of us keeps changing. We cannot escape that. And it is, as Cardinal Newman would say, to live is to change. And if we want to be perfect, we have to change often. And that is what leadership tries to do, to structures, to processes, to learning, to relationships. It wants, or it is meant to help us improve, become better, become perfect. Okay, please, can we move to the next slide? So my point is then, if educational leadership is indeed about people influencing one another or each other to achieve educational goals, we can say that very central to what educational leaders will be doing or should be doing is to provide values-driven vision for the future of whatever educational institution they are in charge of. They are to lead relationships, dynamic, different people with different ideologies, but it is still very central to the leader, to the practice of leadership, to manage, to lead these relationships that can propel positive change or improvement. And the leaders, everyone I said is a leader. So wherever we stand, we all have our own personal responsibilities, wherever we find ourselves, as well as the professional responsibilities. And so educational leadership practice will include the ability then to balance these two domains of our lives towards the goal. And this is achievable when we are able to communicate effectively, just to ensure that no one is left behind as far as how we want to achieve particular goals as an institution is concerned, and what we expect people to contribute. And it is our job also, or the job of educational leaders, to lead change. I would prefer that word out continuously. It shouldn't be there, because change can be continuous and discontinuous And in fact, continuous change, which doesn't usually shake the system, is easy. We don't have a problem with that. It doesn't affect our beliefs and our values, our egos. But discontinuous change does challenge those. So I would like that word out so that it remains just leading change, which will then imply both continuous and discontinuous change. And finally, leading responsibility and individual performance. Accountability here, of course, we have governments, we have stakeholders pushing to ensure that performance is at the best level. That's very important. But if that is achieved just because of fear, one day, what happens when nobody is afraid of the other? So we are talking of managing accountability in this context, actually, to represent personal and internal responsibility. This is what we want to achieve. It is not because there's someone policing us. It is not because there's a big brother, a big sister about to punish if we don't achieve things. No, it's because this is welling out of our own desire as a team, as an institution, to work together and ensure that we achieve the best performance. That is what I mean by managing accountability. Can we move to the next level, please? Okay, so up to the previous slide, I simply have been trying to just share my thoughts on the idea of educational leadership, conceptualizing it, okay? By saying that whether we like it or not, it is the buzzword or phrase in the 21st century. Everyone talks about leadership. But then we have to remember that it is not the same as the leader, but there's no leadership without the leader. So the two have to go together. And leadership, at the end of the day, should only influence people to annex their talents so that at the end of the day, positive change is achieved. So that is what I have been trying to say about educational leadership. I am now moving to the next level, which is educational leadership in the 21st century. So what is it that is unique about the 21st century? In fact, this is something we all know, and some of you probably know it better than I do, what the 21st century entails, its defining characteristics. I have just isolated some few characteristics, maybe to create the room for you to add more wherever you are. Colin Walsh simply described the 21st century as an era of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. For her, that is it. If you are a leader or you are practicing educational leadership in the 21st century, brace yourself up for these realities. I don't think she's saying that these have never been there, but maybe the magnitude in which they operate now. But also, we are in an era of accelerations, instantism, quick fixes, no patience. I am thousands of miles away from you, but everyone is hearing me within minutes, seconds. That is where we are. If this thing is put on the Facebook, within seconds, everywhere it will be there. That is where we are. So a leadership that is practiced, a leadership that is coordinated by a leader who does not respect these things, or who is too much into these, may pose a problem. We also are and in an epoch where even interpreting what human relationships and values mean is a big issue because it's so complex and convoluted, and you know it. We emphasize rights, relativism. So if you are the leader and you're trying to say, hey, this is the way human relationships should be understood and human values should be understood and practiced, don't be surprised that you can be faced head on with people who will tell you that is not the way we interpret relationships or values. What do you do? And of course, the almighty corruption. Who doesn't know this? It is everywhere. Individualism, selfishness, these are all part of the 21st century defining characteristics. But for me, the most dangerous of them is the last one, solipsism, which is a philosophical term, which means you don't even believe that others exist. So you are standing on someone, trampling on someone. As far as you are concerned, that person doesn't exist. You are the only one who exists. All these are in the 21st century. And of course, there is this growing cynicism, as you know, of society about the integrity of leaders. Of course, we cannot blame anyone. Some leaders cause it because they fail to be leaders. But also, not only that, some people have excelled as leaders, yet they still have to be subjected through this cynicism because it is the order of the day. You can't trust anyone. Anyway, we can't trust our leaders. And you have to lead these people. What do you do? And how about this whole thing we call digital immigrants and digital natives? Some of us who are in the leadership positions at the moment have migrated into the digital world. We were not born into it. We were born before it, and we have to find a way into it. But some people are born in it, and they're the digital natives. Now, we still hold the idea that the digital immigrants, you could be the head, the leader, the positional leader. So the understanding is that you have all the power, but we live in a world where we are actually immigrants. So is it really true that the educational leader, in terms of power asymmetry, is the one wielding more power, or the digital natives? It is important for the educational leader to think about these realities in the 21st century. Can we move to the next slide, please? So that is the reality about the 21st century. Now let's move to 21st century India. And I want us to just stay with the realities and the desires. And I think here you are the best. What I am putting in there is just what I have been able to research and come up with. The realities of the 21st century India. India is not shielded from the tidal waves of what happens or what is imposed by globalization and technology. So the experiences of volatility, the experiences of ambiguity, complexity, all those things you also experience as a nation. But these are the externally imposed. But again, just to quote Natraj and others in 2016, India as a nation, like any other nation, has also historically, and even including contemporary times, generated socioeconomic inequities and other inequities. They are part of the realities. So whether we trace ancient India, India from its ancient times, all the way through to our current post-liberalized India, what is clear? There are so many things to celebrate about. But there are also so many other things we need to work on to make India the kind of India we want, to get rid or at least reduce inequities and other things that do not help the nation. These are the realities. But amidst all this, there is something to celebrate. And that is the nation, the people of India, have a desire to get better. That is another experience of the 21st century India. You yearn to build robust educational systems, which in turn will help to build prosperous, peaceful, inclusive, and equitable India. And let us not forget, where there is will, obviously there is a way. So I see this as a great, great spirit, the desire to progress despite the daunting challenges. And as Nietzsche will say, that which does not kill can only make you better. So the desire to want to progress is another reality, it's another thing that we can consider as part of 21st century India. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, we have looked at educational leadership, trying to conceptualize it in the domain of 21st century, which we have tried to identify the defining characteristics and move down to India in the 21st century to look at its realities and desires, just a few. So what does it then mean now to lead institutions in the 21st century India, taking into consideration the previous realities we have looked at? I think for me, two things emerge. Like any other country, to lead an educational institution, whether it is basic, secondary, post-secondary, or if you like, higher educational institution, there are and there will always be challenges. There are and there will always be opportunities. So what can we say are the challenges of the 21st century educational leaders in India? For me, I think we can summarize everything into what I call educational leaders' dilemma. And I'm saying this because educational leaders or educational leadership is to be practiced within the context or within a world where, as we said, there is VUCA, there is acceleration, very fast change, there is cynicism for the leaders. The system is in many ways saturated by the can't or don't trust the leadership or leader's attitude. Treat them as suspects until proven otherwise. You also realize that amidst these accelerations, The other side, which is tradition and inflexibility, are part of the equation. And the leader is in between this. How does he or she blend these accelerations with the inflexibility that he or she finds herself to still be able to influence people, practices, get them on board to annex their talents to achieve the desired goals for the education. These are part of the challenges, and it is not peculiar to India. But from my research, you experience it as leaders. But again, it's not only this. Think of the political encyclopedic informants who think that they know everything and they own everything and they can decide everything as they want, making the technocrats and practitioners look as if they are morons. They don't have anything to offer. Educational leaders have to contend with these political encyclopedic informants and still deliver. So it's a challenge. But as I said earlier, it doesn't end there too. Some years ago, at least in my country, when I was in secondary school, when the head teacher or the headmaster says A, B, we all go to that direction. Nobody questions it. Today, try it. Everything you said is being scrutinized, discerned, and challenged. This is not bad in itself. But the spirit in which sometimes the clientele, the people will try to educate, the spirit with which they demand and they discern our leadership practices can make life very challenging. And as I said again, amidst all this, you're going to be dealing with your own personal issues, the 24 hours that everyone has. Yours will be demanded, your expertise, your energies, your emotional well-being, all these ones will be put before the slaughterhouse. How do you manage these challenges? And I want to believe these ones, yes, we are talking about India, but they are everywhere. But today, the issue is how do you manage all these as you practice educational leadership, as you try to influence relationships to improve, to achieve the common good in the context of educational systems. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. But I also believe in life that wherever there are challenges, there are opportunities too. One side of the cross can present us with passion experiences. The other side of the cross can present us with resurrection experiences. It depends on what we do. For me, one of the biggest opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, is the desire to want to get better. That is crucial. Whatever the experiences, the challenges, my research shows that there is that desire to get better as a nation, as institutions. And that is another reality that I see in leading institutions in 21st century India. I also see now the challenges, the realities as a kairos moment, an opportune moment for a paradigm shift in defining what exactly educational leadership is based on the context in which we are. Those days where it was a property or a monopoly of one person are gone now, unfortunately or fortunately. It's a time to share or distribute leadership. To get what we call the distributed intelligence of everyone coming together to achieve the educational goals. That is another opportunity. It's a kairos moment to reflect, to discern. But for me, the most opportune one, the biggest opportunity is this thing I came across. Whether it's working or not, I do not know, but at least it provides the will, the blueprint, the desire, and that is the National Curriculum Framework 2005 for 21st century education in India. At least this document, this framework, expresses the national desire that wherever we are practicing leadership, especially in the education institutions, we should do everything to educate Indians who will grow or develop in their heads, in their hearts, and in their hands. At least we have this presented. It's symbolic of the desire to get better. And that alone should be an inspiration, should be an opportunity for the leader, whatever the challenge is, to say, at least there's a roadmap. It is also a document that encourages that whatever it is, get the children, get everyone to embrace higher order thinking. Stop the hearsay, get people to learn to develop scientific way of thinking. How about this beautiful, ancient, rich nation full of aesthetics? Get the children, get the students not to throw this away, but to appreciate the multicultural art forms and varied traditions of the nation. It may be difficult, but you will always get one or two who will embrace it and shine the light to others. Can we move to the next slide, please? Again, the document talks about democratic citizenship, where it hopes that wherever everyone is leading, the attention should be paid to developing relationships, learning, teaching leadership relationships that will make Indians responsible, active members and imbibe respect for diversity in beliefs and opinions, and get them to be creative and live for peace, appreciating differences and becoming makers of peace. And are we providing a learning environment that will be safe, secure, inclusive, and equitable? These are spelled out in the curriculum. It is the nation's desire. Whether it's implemented or not, that is now actually in the hands of the educational leadership practitioners to do the best they can to get that implemented, whatever. And so these are opportunities that can be embraced amidst the challenges to make educational leadership effective. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? But it is always incomplete when we just blow grandiose grammar and say, these are the things. It is important always to also make some proposals, usually. Who knows, some might be helpful. So from my research, I have picked some few things that I propose here that for effective educational leadership, those leaders, and I mean students, teachers, those training to be teachers, everyone should reflect upon. Wherever you stand or wherever you sit, can someone say, I really believe in this person because you embody ethical competence and authenticity? All I mean is, do we practice what we preach in the context of leading educational institutions? Actions speak louder than words. Greater moral purpose, ethical competence, these can be cultivated. And if they are, despite the challenges, they can be transformed into opportunities. In the Jersey circles, we also have what we call creative fidelity. And here, it is basically about the ability to blend extreme personal humility with intense professional will or fierce resolve to do whatever needs to be done for the common good. In other words, you are operating in such a manner that you respect the fundamental belief systems, values of the nation, of the province, of the area. But at the same time, you want to be creative within the traditions. That is what we mean by creative fidelity. Try it. How about establishing leadership for learning nexus? What this phrase actually means is, we are all leaders and we are all learners. So that wherever we are leading, we know that we lead in order to learn. And wherever we are learning, we know that we are learning in order to lead. So there's nothing like, I have arrived, I don't need to learn. And there's nothing like, I can't lead. You can offer your own. You don't have to be a positional leader to offer your leadership qualities. You can be a non-positional leader by simply doing the ordinary things in extraordinary ways, as St. Mother Teresa would usually say. That is another helpful practice or disposition I am proposing. And of course, collaboration. It is a very slippery concept. People talk about collaboration, yet they practice the philosophy of being a genius with 1,000 helpers model. That cannot be collaborative. To collaborate with others means you say goodbye to the genius with 1,000 helpers model of leadership. It doesn't mean that you will not influence people, direct people, coordinate, but people have space to freely offer their support through critical friendship. And that is where there's room for openness to vigorous debate, especially about knotty issues, where you receive challenging support and feedback. So critical friendship in the space of educational leadership can help. Don't forget to balance the digital native versus digital immigrant relational tensions. They are there and they may always be there. So let us not ignore the fact that the digital natives, the students are weaker. They are very strong. In fact, in some cases, stronger than us, the digital immigrants. So there's the need to be aware of this and try to keep a balance. And the last two, which in fact, I'll explain a bit more and then I come to the end of my address, is to embrace what Jim Collins in his book, Good to Great, described as level 5. leadership. And the last one will be, in all of this, practice, engage in reflective practice. What do we mean by level 5 leadership? All this man is saying is, when we are leading people, leading institutions, we should remember, first of all, that without human beings, there will be no those institutions. You can't talk of Loyola College of Education without the students, without the staff. So it is not a beautiful building. That is Loyola College of Education. It is the human beings in there. So our first priority should be to ask ourselves as leaders in that context, who first, then what? We prioritize developing right relationships, because that's the only way we can get students to learn, lecturers to lecture, and educational goals to be achieved. And he provided, Jim Collins provided this analogy. It may make sense to you or not, but I just thought it was good to put it out there. He is saying educational leadership should first begin with who rather than what questions. The right people first before vision, before strategy, before tactics, before technology. Because, for example, if people join the bus, again, this is primarily because of where the bus is going. What happens if you travel far down the road and you need to change direction? Now that you join the bus because of where it is going, how about if the direction is changing? Will you stay in there? You may not, because you only boarded the bus because it was going to that direction. But if you are on the bus because of the people who are in the bus, it means that even when you get to a point where you need to change direction, you are going together because those people are there with you. And so for him, when we do this, we are practicing level 5 leadership, where we prioritize and get the right people on the bus. Then the problem is how to motivate and get these people to achieve goals of the institution will not be a big deal. In other words, great vision without great people is irrelevant. You don't decide what you want and now say, come, my help us and help me to achieve this. No, you identify those who can carve out the vision, the mission, and follow it through until it is achieved. Can we move to the next level, please? So, as I said, as far as Jim Collins is concerned, I'm sorry, this is 2012, not 2021, it's 2012. The right people are your most important asset. And what do we mean by the right people? People with moral solidity, with innate capabilities, than with just the idea of having knowledge, background, or skills. Remember, if that is the case, the world should not be where it is now, because there are more than enough PhDs, master's degrees. We have enough to have made this world a better place. What is lacking is that moral character and moral solidity. And so the right people are those who have that, in addition to the specific skills and knowledge that they embody. And this was an advice he gave, that as leaders, be hedgehogs and not foxes. What do hedgehogs do? Characteristically, they are simple, they see through complexity, they design the complexity and pick what is essential, and they ignore the rest. How about foxes? They are everywhere, scattered, diffuse, and consistent. And the thing they are working, they are achieving results. He's encouraging us to embrace the hedgehog's philosophy. Can we move to the next level? Now, all these need to be consolidated, okay, by simply embracing what I call reflective practice. What is it? Reflective practice is a skill, okay, and it is a skill for making conscious efforts to think about events and develop insights into it. That is one layer of it. The second one is reflective practice then entails reflecting on what went well and why. What went wrong and why. Putting these three together, we can then say reflective practice is basically about embracing the opportunity to learn through experience before, during, or after the experience has occurred. We need this as part of leadership practice in the 21st century India, if it is not already happening. So can we move to the next slide where these elements are taken individually? Now, these are the three stages that come together to actually hold reflective practice together. The first one is to reflect for practice. The beginning, how will I or how will we do? Identifying the right people, prioritizing relationships to get people on board so the goals are set and are pursued. That is what it means to reflect for practice. Then we move from that one now into no longer thinking about what to do, but into actually doing. So we reflect in practice. How am I or are we doing? Monitoring and using signposts to test what we are doing, how we are practicing leadership. And then we move to the next level where we now reflect on practice. How did we do? We are evaluating ourselves. It is not to criticize, it is to critique. Identifying the areas of strength and the areas of weaknesses so that we can get better. Please, can we move to the next slide? We are almost there. And this evaluation bit, the last one, reflection on practice, I think is so important because that's the first time we are doing introspection or allowing people to get into what we do and be able to say, oh, you've done well, but you could have done it this way if you were to add A or B. And typically, many of us cannot take that. So we often run away from this bit. So this is important. And I am saying we have this red, amber, or yellow, and green when we are crossing traffic. You journey up to a point, then you see this. There are times it says red, so you have to stop. And there are times when we are reflecting on practice, we just have to stop. And there are times when we have to get ready to move, despite the challenges, the amber. And there are times when we actually can see that we are moving and it is safe to move. We need all these to be able to pull together all that we've shared by way of challenges, opportunities, and so forth previously in the 21st century educational institutions. Can we move to the next one? Please, thank you. So these ones, I don't really need to have put this slide there. After all, it's everywhere. This 21st century skills and competences. At that point, when we begin to see the citizenry of India or the students we have churned out begin to reflect upon themselves, determine their own demand, integrate internally, and respond to their challenging environment and solve complex problems, then at least these are signs that, okay, we are building a robust educational institution or system. But also a situation where we see teachers, leaders, students beginning to show signs of self-awareness, bear their own moral compass that is so sound that they are able to face challenges positively for their own future, then we know that, okay, our leadership practice is yielding some results. And if we go to Hilton and Pellegrino's 3 levels of 21st century skills, where we see people cognitively, intrapersonally, and interpersonally, showing competence, then there is hope that we are making a headway in the manner we lead educational institutions. And the details I don't need to mention, but under the cognitive, at least responsible decision making amidst these conflicting alternatives that we find ourselves in the 21st century. And the self-awareness, that civic literacy, that others also exist and they have needs, and we cannot have any other India but the India we have. And if I am fine and in India is fine, if India is fine, I will be fine. And finally, on that, at least the mutual respect, because we all bear that spark of God, whatever name we want to give to that reality called God. We all have that spark. So can we respect others and work with others? Finally, the next slide is that leadership is not, and they are my concluding remarks, leadership is not the same as the leader. The leader practices leadership, and everyone is a leader. Positional or non-positional, we all lead. We don't lead machines. We lead human beings who have the psychological freedom to know, to be, and to do. So we need to bear that in mind. And we should always begin with who first, before what. And learning to accept the fact that no one is quarantined from learning and no one is impervious to leading. I'm sorry, it's not learning. To leading is also key. We learn to lead and we lead to learn. Lifelong learning. We cannot know everything, so we should be open to challenging support and feedback, and above all, to remember that the problems that are created by human beings also have solutions to them. And that can be a positive influence in what we do. Let's not give up, because those challenges do not come from the skies. They are created by human beings most of the time. And so we human beings can also equally have what it takes to solve those problems or address those challenges. So we need to be positive and keep going. I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to be part of this family, Loyola Institutions, Loyola College of Education, and for this honor done me to share with you ideas on educational leadership in the context of this address. Thank you. God bless this institution. God bless all of you. God bless India. And God bless the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir, Karthik sir. There is one question which is posted in the chat box. Maybe we can have one question for which we can request Father Raymond to answer, and then we can proceed with the word of thanks. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. This is a legitimate question. Of course, as you well know, we have what we call sole proprietorship, and then we have partnerships when it comes to institutions or companies. And I guess this question is based on experiences that occur in the context of sole proprietorship. Now, well, I think this question will be best answered by the owner who chose, amidst all the realities of the 21st century, where the sole leadership no longer can work, still chooses to be everything. So what I can say is, if indeed you are there, not for the money for your daily bread, you are there to see this as an opportunity to contribute to the development of India or wherever. As I said, the problems that are created by human beings also have human solutions. You can choose to say, I resolve to continue to brighten my small corner for the sake of India, not for the sake of that person, although the person is the owner. And if the person still thinks, well, you have to go, then you go. But as far as I understand, every wise man or woman who runs a company today knows that if the whole thing is reduced to an individual, it is likely to die. The forces around will kill it. So I don't have much to respond to that because it's more of a personal, person-related, personality-related issue. And personality issues are very difficult to address by external people. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead, please.
Thank you, Karthikeyan sir. Warm and graceful greetings to our most valued Honorable Chief Guest, our Secretary, worthy faculty members, principals of various colleges, professors, my dear friends, and everyone gathered here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks speech and now acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this one-day international webinar on leadership in education for 21st century happen. The end of all good gathering is the beginning of better days of future. I am humbled and honored to have the privilege of delivering a speech of gratitude on this significant day. On behalf of Loyola College of Education and the entire fraternity of the college, first of all, my sincere thanks to the Almighty God for making this one-day international webinar a grand success. Through His blessings and grace, we are able to make the event what it was. It is an honor to have the opportunity to express my appreciation to all the dignitaries of the webinar for their presence and efforts in making this event a success. I extend my sincere thanks to our honored chief guest, Reverend Dr. Raymond S.J., lecturer, Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, for taking time from his busy schedule to be with us. The best part of every human's life could be sharing the best we have with others. Today's resource person has shared the best knowledge he has and the best ideas he has on educational leadership. Your presentation on educational leadership has truly inspired and encouraged us. We are forever grateful for your charming presence on this special day. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. With utmost appreciation, I extend my sincere thanks to all the honored guests for taking the time to join us at our event. Our sincere thanks to our esteemed Reverend Father Saharaj Vijayan, SJ Secretary, Loyola College of Education, for expertly organizing and leading this memorable one-day international webinar with such efficiency. We are truly grateful for your leadership and management. Thank you so much, Father. A special thanks to you goes to Dr. L. Kulande Teresa, Principal of Loyola College of Education, for unwavering support in making this webinar a success. Thank you, Madam. I must acknowledge the IQAC members of Loyola College of Education, the organizing team. Mr. J. Anthony Joseph, Assistant Professor of Perspectives in Education, Dr. T. Ponmalini, Assistant Professor of Perspectives in Education, Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor of Pedagogy of English, for their hard work in the lead up to this webinar. My heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Jaikma, librarian, and Mr. Arokya Raj for the technical assistance. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to all the dedicated teachers and staff members of Loyola College of Education for being the backbone of this event and making it a success. Your contributions are greatly valued. I am grateful to the esteemed audience of the webinar for your presence and efforts in making this event a success. To our students of Loyola College of Education, I extend a warmest gratitude for your enthusiastic participation in this webinar. Thank you. Thank you everyone once again for making it a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Father.
Thank
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे गाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Father Raymond, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Father Raymond, for your deeply insightful presentation.
Thank
Do
you.
read the congratulatory messages that are pouring in for you in the chat box.
I actually think of you because I know you've had a long, long day.
Yeah, exactly. But it was worth spending. It was worth sitting from the morning till the evening. All the sessions were beautifully presented. How is
Thank
your
you.
health, Father? How is your health, and how is your niece? Is she doing well?
Yes, I am doing very well. My niece actually is right here with me. She's doing well.
Okay.
In fact, I forgot to mention that when I was talking about the science of actually a robust educational system, because we all move towards now India for health needs.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
good sign.
That's
Something you
true.
should really be proud of. And of course, IT.
Hmm.
Aha, my niece is doing well, and I
Okay.
don't know, she probably would not have been in life if I
Nice
hadn't
to,
brought her to India.
nice to hear that, Father. We continue to keep you and your niece and your ministry in our prayers. Take care, Father.
Thank you.
Let us continue to journey together. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Uh,
everyone. Thank you.
we have a request. I request the audience to switch on the videos for a screenshot.
For a screenshot, yes. Yeah.
I request the audience to switch on the video for the screenshot.
Father Raymond, thank you so much for your wonderful sharing of your expertise, Father, on leadership.
Thank you, Teresa.
Welcome, Father.
Please switch on the videos so you could have a shot.
Who is speaking? Professor Nanda?
Malini. Malini is.
Malini. Okay, ma'am. Yes.
Cheese.
Cheese. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Father Raymond, so much. Thank you, Father. Thank you, ma'am, Principal, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And once again, we profusely thank all our participants from outside the Loyola campus. It's so overwhelming to see about 120 participants being present even at the end of the day. So thank you very much for your cooperation and support. And thanks to Jasmine Christie ma'am and the entire IQAZ team once again for all that you have done. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
My sincere thanks to all the participants and my sincere appreciation to the entire team of IQAZ